All right, guys, welcome to the show. Hope everybody's good out there on this Saturday morning. I was a bit late getting in here. I thought I was going to be missing the start of the Citizens Assembly, but it turns out they're late too. Well, so how's everybody? Let me get the comments in there to the hot box. Better get the hot box up here so I can see your comments. Where is the hot box gone? Oh, there's the Citizens Assembly about to begin. Yay.
Everybody, can you take a seat at the table, please? Everybody. Morning, Liza. Okay, facilitators, can we... Okay, good morning, everybody. We're now formally live. Welcome to the sixth and final Citizens Assembly meeting on drugs. Welcome to you, all the members. Welcome to our facilitators, some observers we have today, and indeed everybody who may be watching online through our webcast. You're all very welcome. In my view, this is a very momentous weekend overall. It is because it's a very momentous weekend in terms of what you, the members, have deliberated on over the past 6, nearly 7 months at this stage. And during that process and during that time, you will have received presentations from almost 150 people. You will have received 800 submissions. You have had over 200 hours of deliberations at your table. And it is, as I've said, this is our 6th Assembly meeting to discuss the whole issue of drug use. And it's quite a momentous weekend because we have listened to, in that period, a wide range of presenters presented to us, from academics, lawyers, barristers, people in the statutory services and Garda Síochána, people in health provisions, community voluntary sectors, and importantly, people with lived experiences of the whole issue of drug use from individuals, families and communities. So we've listened to a wide range of presenters. We've heard people who've set out, in their view, some of the wide-ranging harm that has been caused by drugs, and we've had presentations from people who believe that many people use certain type drugs and don't receive harm. So we've listened to all ends of the spectrum. I guess the challenge for us as members of the Assembly over this weekend is to decide on what end of the spectrum we recommend forward to government across the 3 areas that we have a mandate to recommend on, which is legislation. And across that spectrum, we've a kind of decisions to make over the weekend, which has to be made in terms of our approach. Is, do you go for evolution or do you go for revolution in terms of our approach and what we recommend? And that's entirely in your hands in terms of that element of the spectrum, and trying to think and consider how do we make the best recommendations that can get traction in government, that can get implemented, and that can reduce the various kinds of harm that can be caused by drug use. And that's the mandate that we have. So we have to think along that spectrum throughout everything that we're thinking today. Is it evolution or is it revolution? Or indeed, is it the status quo? And that's all the options that are open to us today. So there'll be many challenging calls that we have to make during the course of our balloting process. But what I will say to you is remain very confident in those challenging calls, because in my view, you are probably some of the best informed people in the country at this stage in terms of the whole issue of drug use. What you have absorbed, what you have listened to, what you've considered, what you've deliberated, what you've debated over the past 6, 7 months is unprecedented. So you are well informed. You are as confident, you're as capable of making judgment calls on this as anybody is in the country. So remain confident throughout that whole process. Process for this weekend is going to be very different and very challenging for me as chairperson. So no agenda, no time frames. It's awful, terrible, isn't it? But it's going to be very fluid and it's going to be very engaging. And we're going to work with you. We're going to build the confidence of everybody, all of us, as we walk through this process. So it's going to be a lot more fluid. There's times as chair that I will have to make calls with you. I might have to test a room on something. I might have to have a show of hands. And we'll work through that process as we get through. I might have to test a room. Do you think we should have another ballot on X or Y? And we'll test a room on such an issue. And it's not just for a majority I'll be looking for. It's, look, is there a reasonable number of people in the room think we should test something else? And we'll work it through like that. So bear with me as we go through the process. And I will test at various stages. What I will say in terms of the process, and Carl will go into it a little bit more detail now, and particularly as we get into the first balloting process, is please try and remain focused on the big headline issue, and you'll see this as we get to it, the big headline issue that you are balloting on. So the big question that you're voting yes, no, or unsure on. Just try remain focused on that. There's a lot of subtext and a lot of further information that tries to give a bit of context to that big recommendation. And you will have time later, as we come to write the report, trust us that you will have time to feed into a report if you want to further emphasise something, or you think there's something we could reference that you've heard during the process you want stated. We will have time to go back to it again. So what I will ask you today and urge you to try stick your thinking and your debate and your deliberations to the big headline recommendation that you're deliberating on and that you're going to vote on. Let's not try get drawn in deep as should we put an and in there or a comma or an extra sentence. That will do later. But do please give time to make sure that you're happy with the substance. And you will see as we go through the process a lot of live editing based on your feedback as we go through things today. So you'll be very engaged throughout the process. So yeah, please do try stick with the big headline issue and don't get too lost in some of the detail. We will, and we'll go through the agenda, we'll go through the workings of today. We will start with the more complex issue that we've grappled with over the past while, which is the mandate that we have on the issue of legislation. So we'll start with a really complex one, but I think it's probably the right one to start at to give you a feel for working through the issue and working through the balloting process. So we'll start with that one. I do want to introduce in advance Kieran Manning. So you'll be familiar with Anne and Cathal at the table here. Kieran Manning is an electoral specialist. He's one of the experts in the country in terms of working through electoral processes. So he'll work with us and guide us throughout the day in terms of the process. And he'll say a few words in a few minutes, but we're really glad to have Kieran working with us today. So look, that's it from me in summary. I think we're at the verge of something very special. We've a bit more work to do before we get there, but I'm confident having worked with you all over the past 7 months, we will get there. So look, best of luck, enjoy the journey, and I'll pass you across to Colin now. Thank you very much. Sure, of course. No problem. Sorry, we just get the mic is not working. No.
Meeting the Sunday evening, I switched on the 9 p.m. RTE News, and there was a report on the Citizens' Assembly, very brief, saying that the Citizens' Assembly had moved to decriminalise drugs. Now, that was followed by a very brief interview by a member validating that report. This report wasn't corrected or clarified. Now, I have absolutely no problem with any decision that this Assembly comes to with regard to drugs, provided it's arrived at in a transparent and democratic manner. But I have to say, at this point, I'm very concerned as to the real purpose of our being here. I'm wondering, have we actually been wasting our time, energy, and taxpayers' money? Thank you very much.
No, thank you. And look, I think you do express a reasonable concern. I'll say a couple of things just to you in response. Is one, this is all in your hands today. This is in your hands to decide where this goes or where this doesn't go or what recommendations you make. There is being, and I said this at the first Assembly meeting, there'll be a lot of commentary in parallel. And the challenge for us is to stay focused within our process. And there'll be a lot of views expressed and a lot of people trying to influence where this process goes. But this is your process throughout today. So I will say that to you, just remain focused. It's in your hands today. There will be, not just today, but throughout the last 7 months, there's a lot of commentary about where this goes or where people are trying to influence it to go. So just remain confident on that one. But look, and thanks, and you've expressed a reasonable concern, and thank you for saying it. Okay.
I too would like to raise a point. I would like to support Maura, and I would also like to say that to me, this has been a managed assembly towards a pre-decided outcome. It is not credible that this ballot represents the submissions of the assembly. This ballot does, however, reflect the government plan reducing harm, promoting recovery. I cannot support such an undemocratic and non-transparent process.
Helen, I disagree entirely with you, and I think you've made some very unsubstantiated claims there, which I don't believe is reflective of the room whatsoever. So your comment is made, it's noted, I'm going to move on. Thank you very much. Colin.
Thanks, Paul. And good morning, everyone. We've arrived at decision day or decision days over the next day and a half at the most, and hopefully we can finish our business sooner than that. But the 2 points just made, I think, really sort of are a nice segue into what I wanted to say this morning. So in terms of transparency and decision-making process, I think what you're about to witness and experience is going to be an exercise in transparency and democratic decision-making that I suspect nobody in this room has ever been involved in before. I had the pleasure last year of being involved twice in this exercise, and it is the most exciting and rewarding part of any citizens' assembly. And I hope you'll find that over this couple of days as well. What we have lined up for you is a series of ballot papers where each and every person in this room has a single vote, and everyone's vote carries equal weight. We have an electoral process that's designed to fairly and accurately represent the views and wishes of the room. We have a design process that we're going to go through before each ballot is voted on, which is going to capture and express the wording of every single question that you vote on. Now, this will take some time, but it's an exercise in utmost transparency. Everything will be live streamed. Everything will be available on screen. So as we edit the ballot papers, you will see the editing taking place in real time, which captures the expressed wishes and preferences of this room. So it's an amazing exercise, but there's no point to be spending too much time talking about it. What I would say is, just to echo what Paul has said, you will have read on the newspapers, heard on the airways, and seen on social media lots of different commentary about which way people predict this Citizens' Assembly is going to go. What I would say to you, having been privileged to be getting feedback from each of you individually over many weeks and months now, is that there is no way of telling which way this Assembly is going to go in terms of your decisions, either about services change, or policy change, strategic change, or legislative change. These are all questions that will be answered in a thoroughly democratic way by you, the members, over the course of today and tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to this exercise. There are skeptics in the room, there are skeptics outside the room about how this works, but one thing I can assure you is that you are going to be involved in a thoroughly transparent and democratic exercise. Every single vote will be counted. That includes the votes that clearly express a view. It includes the votes that say, I don't know the answer to a particular question. It includes spoiled votes where somebody wants to, if you like, exercise an objection to the ballot. Then that is going to be counted as well. And every single vote will be recorded and reported on. So you can see down to minute detail what the results of every single vote on every single question is. And those will be published in the final report that we publish at the end of this year. So total and utter transparency, and you're going to experience that over the next couple of days. I would echo what Paul says. Ignore what the commentators outside are saying. There is no way that anybody other than yourselves individually has any understanding of how you're going to vote. And maybe some of you have not yet made up your minds, and that's the purpose of today, is to give you roundtable discussion opportunities where you continue to thrash out the issues and the things. So let me come back then to where we're at. We have a process set up today that is going to it's going to flow as follows. We're going to start with, as Paul said, perhaps the most challenging of the ballot questions, which is on legislative change. Following that, we're going to get into a sequence of ballot papers. As you would have seen, 2 weeks ago, we circulated 9 draft ballot papers. Based on your feedback, we've managed to whittle that down to 6. It doesn't mean we've cut out questions, it just means we've restructured, we've combined some of the shorter ballot papers into lengthier ones. So we have 6 ballot papers that we need to get through over the course of these 2 days. Ballot paper 2 is the one we're going to take first because it's the one on legislative change. It's different from the other ballot papers, and I'll explain how. The other ballot papers, one 3, 4, 5 and 6, each of those effectively is a first past the post voting mechanism. So we tally the numbers of agrees, don't agrees and don't knows, and whichever is the majority decision of those becomes the decision of the Assembly. There is one change worth flagging up to you. So you'll remember the first draft of the ballot paper contained a headline recommendation followed by explanatory narrative, and that explanatory narrative was embedded in the question itself. So what we've done now, and you'll see it on the draft, the latest draft ballot paper, is we split that out. So as Paul says, what we want you to do is focus on the decision making around the recommendation, the text of the recommendation itself. After that, the explanatory narrative is a secondary priority issue. If there's anything glaring, by all means flag it up. But other than that, you will get that explanatory narrative in the draft report that we'll be sending around to you in about a month's time, and you'll have the opportunity then to correct or clarify or make any proposals that you want as the Assembly to that draft narrative text. But the key thing we need to focus on today is getting the your decisions on the wording of the question, and we've tried to keep those as short and brief as possible, and that's where we need you to focus your efforts today. So ballot papers 1 to 6, excluding 2, are all, if you like, a series of agree, don't agree, or agree, disagree, or don't know, and we will simply tally the results for each question, and that will provide an overall majority or an expression of preference for each recommendation. Ballot paper 2 is the one on legal issues, and we've had to redesign that question, and we'll get into that in a moment. So the question reflects the 5 primary choices, which, as you know, are option A, the status quo, option B, health diversion, option C, comprehensive health-led approach, option D is a tolerance approach, and option E is legalisation and regulation. Those are the kind of conceptual framework that you've been looking at for the several months now, going back to the 4th meeting that we had in early September. So what we're going to do is, through a staged process, we're going to establish whether or not there's an overall majority in the room for any one of those particular options. If there's not, we then get into the question of a hybrid model, which is, if you like, choosing a particular approach for one drug and another approach for another drug, so we can go and explore. For example, there has been a lot of suggestions around treating cannabis differently, and we're going to get into that question in a greater level of detail as we work our way through the stages of the voting process. So if there isn't a clear overall majority in the room for a universal approach for every drug, then we get into the more nuanced examination in stages, in stage 3 of the voting, where we go to a single transferable voting mechanism, and Kieran will explain how that works. So it's the most fair and effective way to capture what the preference of the room is. So we're going to start with ballot paper 2. And what we're going to do is ask you to spend 20 minutes with the draft ballot paper in front of you, looking at the instructions, the information about the options A to E are familiar to you. Option F then is that hybrid model where you can pick and mix different approaches for different drugs. So we're going to ask you with your facilitators to spend 20 minutes looking at the, if you like, the headline text for each of those options and seeing if you can understand the process we're proposing. And then we'll get into an open session of Q&A where we'll have roving mics, and each table can put forward questions or proposals on any changes to the text for for stage 1 of this voting. So Paul, do you want to add to that?
No, Carl, I think just maybe say that we'll be available to jump around tables if people want clarification. So,
yeah.
We'll keep this fluid. Can I just say one thing which is just really hanging on my mind? Just in case it's implicitly or explicitly hanging in the room, that the integrity of the Secretariat or the process of myself is called into question. I want to reassure everybody, I have not spoken to, had any engagement with, or nor has the Secretariat, any ministers, any politicians throughout this process. And that's the way I said at the start of this process I wanted it to be. So I've never taken on any role where I've been a yes person for anybody. So just in case that's hanging in the room, I can assure everybody the integrity of this process. Thank you very much. Okay, so look, as Carl said, 15 minutes, we'll keep it fluid, but 15 minutes, 20 minutes or so, 20 minutes at your table. Take your time, work it through. There's no race. If we need more time, we have more time. We'll be available to walk around the tables. But let's kick off as a start. Thank you.
So it looks like that's the first part of the assembly. Just introduction from an explanation as to what's actually expected out of the citizens today in terms of like what they're to do. Obviously, the choice and what direction to take it is their own, but they got good instruction there anyway. Be interesting to see how the voting actually goes. I didn't realise that there was going to be that third option. I thought it was going to be binary, like you're either yes or a no. It'll be interesting to see what that actually does. Like, don't know. It's like, how do you sort of don't know? Should we do this? We don't know. It's like, what happens if that's the outcome? It'd be interesting anyway. I've not watched any of these assemblies go on before, so this will be a first. Gilbert, as I was just saying there, have some lovely isolator here on hand. Just took it out of the package here. It's been wrapped up for the last, I don't know, it's probably in there about 2 months now. Or no, sorry, about 2 weeks, maybe 3. But it's coming along nicely. Ooh. Yeah, might taste a little bit of that there later. So shout out to everybody out there in the audience. Anyway, Serenable, Mega. Who else is out there? Teresa says some haze. Do you want it straight? And I was only talking about that last night. You know, the fucking do you want it strain or not? Because like we were actually, what we were talking about it is because we were talking about these Boveda packs. You know, those Integras as well as what it's called as the other make. But they're the moisture fighters, and like there's people out there right now who can like pick. You know, do I want weed that's coming out of a jar that's 58% humidity or 62% humidity? And I think there's other ranges there as well on offer, but you know, that's the level they're actually getting to out there now, where it's no longer do you want it or not, and it's not even like a White Widow, and it's not even a White Widow with the THC and the terpenes all, you know, on the labels, but now it's what humidity it was actually stored at. Like, that's the level of detail consumers are actually getting out there in other places, while we're still here. Do you want it or not? Ugh. So hopefully it's a nice do you want it or not anyway, Teresa. So I'd imagine there's going to be a lot of the process today now, where there's going to be lots of these breaks where they're going to be, I suppose, reading over the ballot paper. I was hoping I might have left it live, you know. Obviously you wouldn't hear people talking and stuff, but, you know, just kind of get a read of the room, see what's going on in there. And kind of have an idea as to when it's going to be coming back. I think he said like 20 minutes or so. There, not to worry. We got each other here now to keep each other company. It must suck, like, over on the YouTube channel because they turned off that chat. Who was watching the Citizens' Assembly in the first weekend? The first weekend there, they actually had the live chat enabled on the YouTube channel. And there were some tremendous conversations happening over there, like very constructive conversations. I think that was the more important thing. It was constructive conversations happening. There was very little to no derogatory stuff being said about people. People might have been critical about different members of the assembly, not the citizens, but the what would you call them? What did they call them? The expert advisory panel. I think there was a few people critical of, like, one member in particular, you know, Miss Cannon. But nobody actually said anything really bad about her. That was the interesting thing, and yet still they shut down the fucking chat. We had senators over there engaging in the chat. There was doctors. You had all sorts of people over there engaging in the chat, and it was yeah, it was a really big blow at the time to take that away. I emailed them about her, asking, you know, why did you do this? Why did you do that, guys? That was a very good, what would you say? Yeah, it was a very good place for people just to have constructive conversations about it. So after they disabled that, then I started advising people going over to the Crown guys Reddit. Not Reddit, sorry, they're, what's that other fucking thing called? Discord. So the Crown guys over in Discord, they're over there actively chatting about this. I'd imagine a couple of other members are watching this, and they've the Discord open and they're just chatting away there then. So I was advising people to get over there because that was the only other place I knew there was an active conversation happening. Whew. Oh, Endo with Amy, what's happening, girl? It's been ages. Hopefully all is well. Look forward to next time getting to see that face of yours. It's been too long. You missed out on the last few little catch-ups we had. So hopefully you'll be at the next one. Say morning, pal. Sparking up now. Hashtag La Bomba. Courtesy of THC Lanzarote, where I was able to access unlimited strains to manage chronic pain. Hopefully we can manage to get the CSEs here. Fingers crossed that'll be part of today's recommendations, you know. But you only just back from there? You still over in Lanzarote? Or what's the crack with you? Some orange sherbet here anyway. I have to go down with this coffee. Morning, Serenable Parker. Mr. Moore, what's happening? It was interesting that elderly lady there who asked that question about she was concerned, you know, as to whether they were wasting their time there. Was there a verdict already reached or something? But I think she was misquoting what was said in the media over the weekend. I think over the weekend there was, like last weekend at least, or the start of the week, there was some articles going out. And the articles were saying that there was indications that the Citizens' Assembly was heading towards a recommendation of decriminalisation. There was indications. I don't think they actually said that there was a report generated and all within the Citizens' Assembly. I think she was misquoting what was being said there. But I think a very valid concern was, are they wasting their time? Because, you know, I was a part of a process there not too long ago, a process that we, the taxpayers, actually paid for. And I saw me heading up to the Justice Department above in Dublin. And when I got up to the Justice Department, myself, Kenny Tynan, representing the Patients for Safe Access, we made a presentation there. And it was well received, and in fairness, the recommendations that came off the back of those presentations, because we also had Brendan from the Crown, and he made a tremendous presentation too, but more importantly too, he was able to hold Bobby Smith to account. The beautiful thing about Brendan being there was he actually was live streamed into it. So he was sitting in front of his computer. So as Bobby was spouting some of his misinformation, Brendan was able to go clickety clack, and I know that's fucking false, and I'm going to quickly get up the report and I'm going to call you out. So that was an amazing day. But we really showed up the prohibitionists on that day, and the recommendations that came out off the back of it were absolutely tremendous. So I was blown away by it. I thought, like, yeah, this is it. This is going to be changes coming. And then we kind of found out afterwards our time was sadly wasted above there like that, regardless of the recommendations that were made that day. They weren't acted upon, you know. They were dismissed. The report was just, you know, put in the back burners there somewhere. Let's act as if it doesn't actually even exist. In fact, they actually went one further and said, never mind this report. The last report we done the year before was better, or years previous, because it supported the status quo effectively, which was actually ridiculous, like that they would do that. You know, taxpayers' money, citizens' time, patients' time as well, you know, more importantly, heading up there to make these presentations for the recommendations to be formulated off the back of that, and then for nothing to happen. So that's a big concern that was expressed as well across the Citizens' Assembly is, you know, what happens with these recommendations after the Citizens' Assembly is finished, because let's not forget, these are non-binding, you know. The government are not like, what would you say, like, they're not fucking tied like, and in any way to follow up on these recommendations. It's literally all it is a recommendation. And like that, they can completely dismiss it as fucking Leo Varadkar already is indicated towards a little bit. Horrible, man. It's like, this is a democracy. This process is like a very effective form of democracy in play. If they've done it correctly, if they've got a randomised representation of the citizens of Ireland out with 99 people, then you know that's a great thing to be able to do, and to get the opinions of those people after presenting to them after a number of weeks. It is reflective of the Irish public, then you could say, like, because the representative sample, they got people from all different kind of backgrounds. So let's see what happens. I really hope their time isn't wasted. I hope the recommendations that are voted upon are acted upon very soon. You know, as I was saying yesterday, I really hope the first two things to be acted upon anyway, our first two recommendations to be made and acted upon will be the decriminalisation of the drug user and spent convictions. Everything else then after that is a bonus. Yeah, sorry for waffling. Amy saying, apologies, I kept missing you. Hopefully we can arrange our annual Christmas CA Christmas party and catch up. Oh, 100%. Let's definitely do that. Some MCOP products are provided domestically by Oleo. Ministerial patients for flour have to pay a pharmacy in Netherlands and government to arrange delivery. And that's going back there to Dermot. Go on, guys. Keep those comments flying in anyway. It's nice to see the hot box nice and active here this morning. Dermot was asking there earlier, where do the Irish government source the cannabis for the medical cannabis programme? Yeah, as Amy said, there's one pharmacy, I believe, supplying into the Irish market. And as mentioned, there is a company there that's acting as a middleman for that medical cannabis provider. And that medical cannabis company also has their own vape. That's Oleo. So yeah, it's through the Bedrocan. But I know that the guys above in the north, I was talking with Alan Robinson above there. He was telling me that the medical cannabis providers for the patients in the north of Ireland, above in the UK, they're very interested in providing here down south. But what they have to do is they get their products listed on the authorised products list, you know, like the Bedrocan flowers currently are. And once they get that done, then the patients will be able to get reimbursed, I suppose, more importantly, or have it covered by the state. And also just have it delivered down to them. But yeah, hopefully they're able to get access down south, because I know they are very much interested. And it's a shame that there is only one source there, because the limited variety of flowers is detrimental to the benefit of patients. Like, I know myself, if I have one strain for too long, it just becomes ineffective, that there isn't the same effect there, that you don't notice, at least. And when you switch up the strain, then you notice that the medicine's a bit more active there now today, because I've switched it up, and that's most likely because of that entourage effect that's going on with the terpenes and all of that. So having a variety of medicine is very important for patients, as Amy has alluded to there earlier. Ironically, the medical cannabis products reimbursement scheme has now taken over arranging logistics, but still have no plans to reimburse ministerial licensed patients. Frustration, like, it just up the hair with it. Like, what are they actually at? Like, this is 7 years in the making, and they still are nowhere near to actually having something beneficial for patients, you know, a streamlined process there for patients. Like, I as a patient, as an epilepsy sufferer, I'm still illegally medicating, you know. I still have to illegally medicate because my consultant has refused to apply for medical cannabis access program for me, and has insisted that I try the anticonvulsant drugs or the anti-epileptic drugs that haven't worked to date, you know. Because I tried them. I tried 3 different ones now already, and had breakthrough seizures in all of them. But yeah, Sparks, what's happening? Kieran Murphy says some real living soil pinata. Nice. Nice. So they actually talking about living soil there yesterday. There was a job advertised there last week. And I threw in an application for the crack just to see what would come up. Not too sure how well or how lucky I might be with getting it, but it was a soil tester. Somebody out there, you might have seen that. It was an ad across Facebook that just popped up in front of me. But soil testers they were being looked for across the country of Ireland. But guys, shout out to anybody out there interested in that, especially people doing living soil and all that, because soil testing will be a big thing once people have the right to grow their own cannabis, and if people are interested in living soil. Because really, like with living soil, Sam, like you do want to get that tested. You want to be like checking your nitrogen levels and other elements there, other micro and macronutrients there within the soil, because you don't want to have your living soil too hot, you know. So there will be definitely soil testing wanting to be done. People will be looking to get their soil testing, especially for bacterial. Microbial levels within the soil. People will be looking for incredibly rich microbial levels within their soils. So they'll be wanting to get that tested. So that's going to be a big thing to take off there in not too long, I'd say. So anybody out there who's seen that job, and if it's something that fits your background, could be something to look into. Get a bit of experience there, going around to the farms across Ireland, doing a bit of soil testing. And then, you know, as soon as the day comes, the industry opens up, you can just open up your own independent soil testers for cannabis growers. There's going to be so many fucking, what would you call them, like offshoots, because of this, the opening up of this industry. They're not only soil testers, but you're going to have people who are going to be testing their buds, probably going to have bud testers. And that's not guys who sit down and smoke it, but people you will send your buds or your oils off to, and they will test them at a very analytical level within the lab. Public session will resume shortly. Come on. Serendable says, sorry, didn't catch all of that video. What exactly is it about? Sorry, lost there now on that. Just catching up on some of these comments. Whew. Chilbert, and then the way nice one, Blazer has the La Bamba cut too. Hope you're well, sister. Bogwan Son says, give me a shout later. Give me a shout. Swear I'll stay awake next time. Endo with Amy saying here, I came home last week and brought samples of various strains home. Bedrocan is becoming less and less effective, but need to pay a prescription each month to keep my driving license safe. Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. You know that because you're like in Ireland, because Amy has a medical cannabis prescription, she can legally drive her car as long as she's not like abusing her medication and she's like impaired driving. Because you can consume your medical cannabis without actually impairing yourself and diminishing your ability to drive. But because Amy has the license, she can do that legally, and because I don't, I can't. Which is interesting, you know. But interestingly, here is that Amy needs to continue to pay the prescription just to keep the license safe, you know. Even though that the medicine that she's using is stuff that she's kind of had to sneak home. Do you even have to sneak home anymore, actually, Amy? I think Alicia showed the last day, once you kind of have your prescription, some proof there that you're a medical cannabis patient, at the border, the customs guys will just let you on through with it. So effectively, you could kind of be flying over to Spain once a month or something like that. Flights are cheap. And picking up your some supplementary medication. Yeah. But yeah, Alicia was saying that she had luck there with a letter from her doctor just stating the fact that she uses cannabis as a medicine, and the customs guys let her through. Now, it was in a Bedrocan tub as well. She didn't come through it with it in an old sandwich baggie. Terry here saying, only back from Lanzarote myself. How feckin' far behind this country is a joke. It is. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's no excuse for it at this stage. Like, it really isn't. Like, you have the likes of that. That's absolute clown Bobby Smith there. Like, and he's fighting to support prohibition. But guys, I don't know if people paid attention, but recently the budget in Ireland was announced. The health budget, okay, that was 24 billion last year, I believe. 24 billion last year. This year it's 22.5 billion, and a decrease of 1.5 billion. Okay. Now the Justice Department's budget, it was 3.3 billion last year, and guess how much it was this year? 3.27 billion. Okay, so 3.27, so a decrease of 30 million. Now 1.5 billion versus 30 million. That's some serious differences there. But obviously the amounts that they started off of a difference. But if you even look at it percentage wise, as a percent of the starting figure, they removed from the the health budget over 6%. From the justice budget, they removed, I think it was just over 1% or in around 1%. Somebody out there can do the maths, but it's just around 1%. 6% versus 1%. Like, come on. Again, that's the result of prohibitionists lobbying the government to support the guards. You know, we need more guards. We need more guards out there to tackle these drug crimes. You know, to catch more drug dealers, to catch more drug users. Because that's the narrative there. A lot of the times, it's against this gangland crime that's going on. But seriously, the gangland crime it's artificially overinflated because of prohibition. If we were to actually remove prohibition, then we would decrease the demand on the guards there to be tackling this kind of stuff. And not only that, then we would also then have pardon me, my daddy's calling. 1 sec.
First thing, I'm going to do a couple of things. First thing, I'm just going to ask Kieran to explain, as we get to a ballot, how that works, what that process is. We will have in a minute a procedural piece to do to ask for some volunteers to work with us, people to put their name forward to volunteer, to be observers in the count of ballots throughout the day, and that'll be a draw from a hat. We'll just pick, so put your name forward, please, if you'd like to help us with that. We'll do that in a second. So Kieran first. We'll do the ballot we'll do the observers, volunteers, but then we will go to tables. We'll just take stock where everybody's at before we actually take the ballot, in case there's any further suggestions. Is that okay? So I'll ask Kieran first, maybe just to...
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kieran Manning. I'm an IT consultant primarily based in Santry in Dublin, but I have a specialism in electoral matters. And as part of that, I provide IT services and electoral training services to most of the country's national returning officers. I run the count centre for the national elections in the Dublin West constituency, so for presidential, Dáil, referendum elections. I've worked on 2 previous citizens' assemblies in this role, just providing advice on the taking and counting of votes. And I do quite a bit of work with various clubs, statutory bodies, societies, credit unions, elections to boards, typically of organisations like that, who require an election to be held and want an independent outside observer to observe that. As I mentioned to one of the tables when I was discussing with them there, I have no expertise whatsoever in the subject matter you're dealing with here. My expertise is purely on how we safely reflect or report on the answers that you provide to the questions. So my job is to make sure that whatever answers you fill in on the ballot paper are correctly recorded, counted and reported. After that, I have no further input on it. So what you do with the answers afterwards, or how you decide on the questions beforehand, is outside my scope. What we will be doing, we will be giving you some time to fill out your answers to each question. In this first case, it's basically a single question with 3 options on it as it currently stands. So you'll be asked to pick one of those and put your ballot paper into one of the 2 ballot boxes up at the front of the room here. When they're all when all the votes have been cast, we'll be taking the ballot boxes into a counting area at the back of the room. We will be looking for volunteers from yourselves to act as scrutineers or observers of that process to make sure that you have a view of the process. And we'll select those people shortly, or not select them, we'll ask literally for volunteers, and we'll put names in a hat and pull out too. We will be, before we cast the ballots, I have removed seals that were on those ballot boxes. Some of you may have noticed me doing that. We would always start each election by showing that the ballot box itself is empty, which we can't do if there's a seal on it. Once we've shown it's empty, we'll seal up the main lid of the box so papers can't be removed. There's a little flap on top of the box that we leave unsealed for the moment so you can post your ballot papers. We'll then seal that at the end, bring the ballot into the back room. And in this case, because it's a very straightforward count, there's three options. We will just be taking out the ballot papers, counting them and sorting them into piles for option 1, option 2 and option 3, or in this case, agree, disagree, don't know. And I will then report on how many votes were cast in each of those options. A little later on, if we get into the more detailed breakdown, depending on the result of the first question, we may have to go to a more sophisticated voting method, which is basically the method we use for national elections, and I'll explain that in a bit more detail when we get to it. But for now, it's literally just counting three options. We'll be stacking up the papers in three piles and counting them. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Thank you, Kieran. Can I just get the procedural piece out of the way first, and then I will go to tables. You have a colour piece of paper like this. Some people say it's pink, some people say it's purple. I have no idea. So it's this piece of paper. That's where we're asking you, please, to put your name on it if you are willing to, as Kieran says, act as observers, scrutineers throughout the process during the day. We'll be picking 2 and 2 in reserve, and equally if someone's doing it during the day and they want to drop out, we can keep drawing on that list. So can I just ask you, please, first of all, if you're interested, please put your name on that. How are we going to collect? We collect them from the tables. We collect them from the tables. We'll go into a drum on the top of the room here, and we'll draw 2 in a couple of minutes. So if you could just do that, please, quick for 2 minutes, and then we'll go back to tables.
And just a word of warning for anyone, and this isn't to discourage people from putting yourselves forward, but you may end up missing lunch or having a working lunch in the counter room.
Jesus, you shouldn't have said that. Sorry, we can get a lunch into the room. You will be fed. You will be fed. We'll get a lunch.
That was gas pottery there. You shouldn't have said that, yes, lad. There'll be none of them volunteer. The thought of no lunch. Oh, I guess. What I would give to actually being up there to be a part of that whole process, like, campaigning around this for years, and to be kind of sitting on the outside watching this, it's just kind of, it's a bit heartbreaking, but it's great that we can get live streamed into it at least and watch it happen. But I wish we got to be more of an active part of it. But I see Chilbert, you were asking there earlier, is homegrown part of the CA agenda to discuss / vote on? It's not a part of the terms of reference or anything like that, but what was done there is the guys from Crown actually made a very good presentation to the Citizens' Assembly, and within their presentation they actually included a call there for, I believe, decriminalisation of growing the cannabis plant as well, so homegrown. I believe in their presentation, if memory serves correct, they made reference there to patients and the benefit that would bring to patients. So, if we are to see homegrown as part of the Citizens' Assembly votes there, we have the guys at Crown to thank for that. So, big shout out there to the guys over at Crown. Bob West, do you think there will be any strange recommendations that come out of today? Strange in what way? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. But as I said, I just really hope there's going to be the core ones there: decriminalisation of the drug user, spent convictions, and what we just talked about there, homegrown. Those are the three main ones. Like strange. Go on, give us an example of some strange recommendations. Bhagwan Son 2024 elections, so 2025. Maybe some changes start, you think? Yeah, well, let's hope that these changes happen before the election, because like if we are to go into an election cycle and elect a new government, and you're talking about a whole 12 months there where nothing is going to be done. It's going to be all election focused, new government focused. But there'll be very little change actually happen within that time period. So I hope that an election, as much as I would welcome an election, I just hope it's not until like the very end of 2024 that they start engaging in that, even though I know there's already kind of talks and hints towards it over the last while, but fingers crossed towards the end of 2024 and we see more focus on drug policy reform, adopting these recommendations. There we go, Mr. Reid is back. Yeah, I believe he's got some volunteers' names in the box.
Clarity. What we are doing now is we've got the suggested names for volunteers to help us with observers or scrutineers. I'm going to draw the first two, and first the names I call are two we'll need to work with us immediately. I'll call two in reserve after that. People we may need to call on one or two more during the day as well. So first two I'll draw out. Sorry, not looking at him, trying to get... Okay. First person, if they can work with us, is Jesse. Jesse Smith. Jesse. Thank you, Jesse.
Ooh, well done, Jesse.
Nice round of applause. Second person. Please be a man for equality issues.
Is he going to assume their gender, is he?
Marcus Burns. Marcus Burns. Marcus.
Are you going to assume Marcus's gender? Are you going to ask him, is he a guy? Did you even ask Jessie
Okay, so
if she was a girl?
Marcus and Jesse will work with us immediately, and I'll just
Sorry.
draw two more in reserve.
I
please.
just.
Patrick Maroney. Good man, Patrick.
Again, he just assumed Patrick's gender. Oh my God.
And Paul McGuinness. Okay, we'll leave it at that. We may need to call him more during the day. So if we can get the first two, please, we'll work with you shortly. Okay, I'm going to pass back to yourselves for now. We are going to go to that first ballot. Just before we go to that first ballot, is there any points of clarification? Table 13, please.
Hi, Paul. Hi, everyone.
Hey, Lana.
I just have two questions in relation to this. One question is option B, the limited health diversion. We were told a couple of assemblies ago that that was happening. We were told it was going ahead. So does that make A not an option, really? And the other question is, when voting upon keeping the status quo or not, which is A now, if the room decided to vote in favour of the status quo, is there room for other possible changes, such as health-led approach within the current legal framework, like drugs court, where problematic drug users can then be diverted to health services and recreational users can be fined to fund drug rehabilitation without ever going further?
Thanks, Alana.
Thank you.
That's worrying if citizens are afraid to
Thanks
vote
for
in favour.
two very good questions, Alana. The answer is as follows, right? So the reason option A, the status quo, is presented to you is because even though you've heard that the government intends and plans to introduce option B, which is health diversion, as I said, A, that's been in the pipeline for a number of years now and still hasn't happened. But more importantly, B, the members of the room might disagree with health diversion and may feel that actually that's going too far and you might want to retain the status quo. And simply by expressing a majority view that the status quo should be retained, you're expressing a view, consequently, that health diversion shouldn't be introduced. Okay, so that's the first point. And then the second point is, what if option A, the status quo, was voted for? Is there any opportunity within that to introduce change? And the answer is yes. And what you'll see in the other ballot papers that are to come later today and possibly tomorrow is a whole range of different choices that the members can vote on, including some of the, so for example, like there's a stage 4 vote. If option A was the choice of this room, stage 4 includes a couple of options around expanding the use of the and the availability of the adult caution scheme, for example, which currently applies just to first-time cannabis users, that could be expanded to include all drugs, and it could be expanded to be available for more than simply first-time users. So those are options within the current legal framework that you can vote on if option A was the preferred outcome of the room. There are other options as well in other ballot papers, such as expanding the drugs treatment court or other models that currently we heard about, like the courts referral programme, to be expanding those type of initiatives on a nationwide basis are options that you can vote for, as well as, of course, you can also vote for increasing the level of services available for people within the prison community that need addiction treatment, and so on and so forth. So there's a whole range of other things that can be voted on, even if option A is the preferred model.
And sorry, Carl, just to add, all of those other options that you'll see, and I'll add the second part of our questions, can apply to the other models too.
Yeah.
So they're not much exclusive. So you'll have the option to vote on those other items, the courts, the drugs courts, the criminal prison supports. They still can apply to other models too. So they're not ruled out by one way or the other.
Yeah.
So yeah, Ciara, table one.
Yeah, thanks very much. I suppose we had a question here at our table regarding the status quo also, and I think it chimes in with the second part of that question, and Cathal, what the answer you've given there. And it's related to the last paragraph here of the explanatory note, the fact that the adult caution has scope to be expanded, and the fact that the current legal framework gives judges the basis to allow this, the courts referral programme. So I know, Cathal, you've said that if we voted in favour of option A, that then we would be able to see what choices we have. I would like to see the choices up front. Before I make a decision on what the current legislation is, I'd like to know how can we tweak that? Because there is a view, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. If there is scope to expand what currently exists, and it hasn't been done because of lack of resources or lack of political will, well then that's going to apply to all the other options as well. So let's see what can be done with this option, and if it's not enough, then we can go on to make other choices. That's just the view here.
Thanks,
Thank
Ciara.
you.
Thanks, Ciara.
Thanks, Ciara. So what I would say is as follows. I can attempt to bring up on screen the two very specific choices that would be available in relation to the adult caution scheme. They would have been circulated previously as draft ballots, and they will appear as stage 4 of ballot paper 2 if the decision is to retain the status quo. So if you can bear with me a moment, Ciara, I'll just bring those up and give you a flavour of what they look like. And this is probably, so. This is just going to take a moment, Ciara, bear with me. This option. So, Ryan, if you wouldn't mind expanding. So you can see that this is so what we're voting on now is question 2.1, retain the current legislative approach. If there's an overall majority agree to that, these are the follow-on questions that you will have a chance to vote on. Expand the terms of the adult caution scheme to cover all illicit drugs. So currently it applies to cannabis-related offences only, but there is a possibility of making a recommendation that it should be expanded to all drugs. And the second part of that is that it should be expanded to repeat offenders. So currently adult caution is only available for first-time cannabis offences. It could be expanded to include all drugs and repeat offences as well. So that's, if you like, in expanding the terms and conditions of the current adult caution scheme.
And sorry, Carl, just to clarify again, those options, just so we're clear, are available for all models. You'll still have a chance to vote on those. Let's say two scenarios happen. Status quo succeeds or status quo falls, whatever scenario happens. You still have the option on all models to recommend those extra things to happen. So they don't fall, you don't lose them.
Yeah. Now, obviously, the adult caution scheme becomes a bit redundant if, for example, if the decision was to go with Model E and legalise and regulate drugs, then there won't be an adult caution scheme necessary. Or likewise, if there's a version of, let's call it a decriminalisation and health diversion model, the adult caution scheme will become redundant in that scenario. But in the scenario where the status quo is maintained, the adult caution is potentially expandable. And in ballot paper 1, just to jump to it, Ciara, again, to give you a sense of some of the questions, there is options to recommend the state should formalise, adopt and resource alternative health-focused options for people with a drug addiction within the criminal justice system. And so this essentially highlights, if I can do it here, options available like the Cork Courts Referral Programme and the Dublin Drug Treatment Court, and restorative justice options as well. So those are things that currently exist, sometimes on a pilot scale, sometimes in a very limited range of locations around the country, but there's no reason why the Citizens' Assembly couldn't recommend that those be expanded and increased, even within the existing legislative framework.
So again, going back to Lana's first question as well, which I think was good, the option that you have there, which is status quo, is without this legislation that's on the shelf, because we haven't seen it. So it's exactly as we are today without that. Okay, more questions from the table. Can I, Zin, please?
Sorry, I just have two questions here that need your clarifications. And one is the likely to be in area options. Should we understand them as a shall be, because it sounds a bit uncertain? And the second is the option D, as decriminalize personal use of drug possession. And then it says that people found processing of a drug should simply have those drugs confiscated. And how do we determine the quantity and amount of personal drug use?
Sorry, and the second one, we're not right now balloting on option C. It's RD. It's the status quo, exactly as we are today, as we started off in April. The issue of quantity and how much possession would be a detail that would obviously have to be worked out at government level, but we're not at that point just now, Zane, if I can hold you on that one. It's exactly in the status quo as all we're balloting on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Zin. Okay, I'm going to propose now we do move to the ballot, which is 2.1, and it's the status quo. I might just ask Kieran to clarify, and we go to the ballot.
Do you want to clarify that? Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, just one point. I had a query from Table 11 earlier, and it was a very good question, and I've now reread the proper instructions rather than just the question. The query was, what happens if the don't knows are the majority out of the three options you have? And I've just now, which is probably a little on the late side, read the explanatory text just above the question. So this first question you're being asked on to agree with whether we should retain the status quo, agree, disagree, or don't know. What this is if you get a 50% plus one vote, in other words, a clear majority to retain the status quo, then that is the decision of the Assembly, and that is the recommendation we make. If you don't get a clear majority, 50% plus one, on that agree option, so if disagree wins, or if don't know wins, or if between them disagree and don't know combined are more than 50%, you move on to the next question, which is 2.2, which doesn't rule out the status quo. It just means we haven't got a clear overall majority for the status quo. We need to dig a little deeper into it, and the next question and the ones that follow actually still retain the option for you to specify the status quo, and in those cases we'll be using a little more sophisticated methods than just a straight first past the post.
Yeah.
Does that clarify the
Yeah, I think that makes a bit more sense to me as well.
Table 11?
Okay, so I'm going to
How about you
propose
out there?
now we will move to your ballot process, which will be a secret ballot process, and Kieran will oversee that as the, so,
Sorry, there's Noel has a question.
sorry,
we have a
no,
follow-up?
I can't see it. Yeah,
Table 11.
Thanks, Kieran,
Getting
for
exciting.
clarifying that in relation to number 2. But if you think about number 1 and 3 up to 6, what happens when the don't know is in the majority?
Sorry. In terms of which?
So in terms of, not in terms of the second ballot question, because there's a number A down to F.
Oh no, I'm
But if
talking
you just
about
look
this very first
Yeah.
question that you're voting on now.
Yeah, and so my question is, if we're thinking about the other ballots 1 through 6, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, if the majority is a don't know, does that mean that the recommendation does not go forward at all? Or does it mean that we revote? Or what does it mean in that case? I understand number 2, we go to the next one, we go to the next one.
Yeah.
But in the other cases?
Yeah, I'll need to examine in detail the way the wording is on those questions to see if it makes sense. There are circumstances where a don't know is a valid result. It just means we've considered all the evidence and we can't make our minds up. And that may well be a perfectly legitimate result to place. I don't know enough about the details of what you're discussing to know at which questions that's valid, and I'll be relying on your expertise on that one. But in this very first question, it is worded on the paper, and it makes sense to me that you vote to see if there is a clear majority for the status quo, and if not, you go to the next stage. And in fact, the next question is if there's a clear majority for a single approach covering all drugs.
Yeah.
And again, it'll be if there's an overall majority, we do that, and if not, we go down to the third level, which is again more nuanced, where you could have different approaches for different classes of drugs. Yeah. So, and in terms of this first question, just to be clear, if the yes votes, I think we've 88 people, 89, so 44, 90, 45, if the agrees get a 45 or more, that would make the, that would finish the argument on that one, and we say we agree with retaining the status quo, and that's the recommendation of the Assembly. Anything else, we go on to further.
And Noel, could I just suggest that if we have to cross that bridge, we'll cross it when we come to it, and there's ways and means by which we can make a decision, the room can make a decision about the best way forward, but let's wait and see if that materialises.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move to the ballot, which is simple. If you want to stay with the status quo, and the options on your ballot paper there. Kerry,
And sorry, just bear with me because I've missed 2 of the sessions. But again, this process was decided on by the Secretariat. Again, this process wasn't a decision that the Assembly members decided, that we were going to have a sort of knockout round. Like, if you decide on stage 1, it stays there and then goes to the next stages. This wasn't something that you guys decided how the ballot was going to be structured? Okay.
Well, if I could say, Kerry, it's following precedent. This is the way that previous citizens' assemblies have dealt with questions of this nature.
That wasn't actually my question,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to know who made the decision.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
okay, Zin, one more time, please.
Sorry, just one quick clarification, please. How much percentages are likely to be, like a 90 or 99 or 95? Sorry.
Sorry, Zin, just one more time, please. Sorry.
Sorry, just please clarify how much percentage is term are likely to be in those explanations? Like how much percentage when we say are likely to be?
What's a majority in terms of percentage terms? Is
No,
it?
no, sorry. In the explanation, like a narrative, right? And we say, for example, the option would C or in option B, specifically, members favor limited health division approach to people found in possession drug for personal use are likely to be of the view of blah, blah, blah. So how much percentage of are likely to be? And is that 80% or 90% or 95% or 100%? Just a quick clarification, please.
I'm not sure. It's an option, please.
Zin, I think that's probably a question we can come to if we move to stage 2 of the voting.
I honestly didn't get the question.
Okay, so I'm going to move to the vote, please, if we can start this process, and it'll trigger where we go next, please. So we can do it in the next.
Just give us a few minutes to print off the ballot papers.
Okay, we don't have them? Okay, we're just going to print the ballot papers because in case there was any changes. You'll have them in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I was just responding to some of the comments there, but yeah, there's a lot of them coming in. But yeah, that last question definitely kind of had a bit of difficulty understanding. But like, I think it's kind of unfair in that lady. Like her English like isn't bad. It's just her putting it together is kind of it's difficult to get her understand her. But I think she should have been provided with a translator and let her speak. You know, whatever is kind of her native tongue. Because I don't think it's important because we do have a very diverse population here, but in Ireland to have that represented there in the Citizens' Assembly too, because at the end of the day, this lady probably has an Irish passport. She probably has been a citizen of Ireland. You know, she just mightn't been living here long enough to be able to speak just fluent English. Like, but come on, I wouldn't hold it back. I wouldn't keep her out of it anyway, that's for sure. She's been, like, in fairness, like that lady's been asking questions throughout it and everything. She's been very engaging. Credit to her, I have to say. Endo and Amy there saying how many hangover heads are still trying to sleep off headaches from a heavy Friday night, and here we are live and well at 10 a.m. blazed campaigning for positive social change. Yeah, you know, that's been I suppose a theme across like the last couple of years, engaging in campaigning, and that like many of the people that I campaigned against, we were up there from 8-9 o'clock out in the city on a Saturday morning, Sunday morning, engaging in campaigns, you know. Giving up our own personal time and, you know, going out there and dedicated to the campaign. And quite often many of us doing it after being out the night before, kind of socialising a little bit together, medicating together. As I was saying there, I was up quite late last night myself watching some 1FC, catching up with some of the old Thai boxing fights that were on it. But I was catching up with a buddy of mine, and yeah, we kind of blazed away through till the early hours. Back up again, crack of dawn this morning, fresh out, no problem, no hungover head. You know, a cup of coffee in there just to shake off the grogginess, and off you go, man. I couldn't say the same. If I was drinking last night, even if I was to have a couple of glasses of wine, I'd be still asleep right now. I'd be sleeping it off. My body can't tolerate drink at all. It doesn't metabolize it well. It just fucking shuts me down. Spark saying, hope as a strange wreck they suggest the future say and what guards are actually supposed to be doing in terms of making society safer. Yeah, that'd be an interesting one, alright, because the guards certainly haven't made me feel safe in society, and I know many others as well who would agree. So yeah, that would be an interesting exercise for them to go on. Because we seen the guards' actual presentation to the Citizens' Assembly. If memory serves correct, they didn't get just one presentation. I think they got up to 3, maybe even 4 opportunities to present to the Citizens' Assembly. And then they even had the Garda, what would you say, the Garda, GRA, is it the Garda Representative Association, put out their little pieces into the media as well about, you know, how worried they are about legalisation. It's crazy. Like, should they be actually doing that? Like, they're actually trying to interfere with democracy, if you will. I would believe they're trying to interfere with democracy because they're the guards and they're using their position to dictate a direction that democracy is going to go. But they're doing it in a way in which it isn't actually representative of the Garda organisation, because I can guarantee you they never balloted their members as to what their views are on the Citizens' Assembly and what they think a certain outcome might do to their job. Because I imagine if you did, because I've spoken to many guards and they've agreed with, like, I've been in a Garda station because of sending joints out, you know, and I was down there and the guard was being pure sound to me, let me in the reception and all as he was processing the stuff, just sitting down having a chats with not just that guard, and with all the guards that were there. I think there was like 6 guards there this evening. On this evening there was there's 2 undercover detectives coming through, and to be fair, all of them in the room actually were like, you know, we agree with what you're like, we can't publicly say it, but we agree with what you're about, like, we don't agree with what you're doing and what have you, but we agree with what you're about. And that was a very powerful thing for me to hear myself from the guards, but they could never express that openly. And then we have the Garda Representative Association, and they're trying to say that what they're expressing is a representative of the guards. It isn't. It actually isn't. It's crazy, like, and yeah, they're trying to disrupt democracy because that's an abuse of their power. I believe if they were to engage with this in an honest way, I think they should have balloted their members. I think the guards should have balloted their members and brought the results of that ballot to the Citizens' Assembly, you know, and given an honest account of the guards' views, because what they gave was just something to support the status quo and nothing less. That's all it was. It was just simply in favour of the status quo, and that was it. Messed up, like. No worrying what's happening. Complete waste of time and money. Yeah. Bob West there had in earlier, you know, I was asking what was a strange recommendation, what would look like, but he says here, Coke decrim. Not likely, but would be odd. It would be odd in that, like, people wouldn't expect it, but I don't think it would be a strange one as such. Like, I think it would be a sensible one. I think decriminalisation of the drug user across the board should be considered. So that would include Coke decrim effectively, because if you decriminalise the drug user, you have to decriminalise a personal amount of drugs for that drug user to be able to have. So I think, yeah, that's not as strange as what you might think. I really do hope like they decriminalise the drug user, and I mean all drugs. I don't think anybody should be criminalised for the personal use of drugs. Like, if a person has a problem because of their own personal use of drugs, they need help, not punishment. You know, contrary to what, like, fucking some ex-judges would believe, Garrett Sheehan, or Justice Garrett Sheehan, I should say, like, you know, not but yeah, he expressed to me there, Casa, you were there this evening, that happened. And I questioned him on it, you know, is it the right thing to be doing, to be punishing a person who needs help? And he was like, yeah, but we're not actually punishing them. They'll get help in the prison. It's like, man, that's such a warped thing to be thinking. And it's sort of very poor speaks volumes of how we view. There we go, guys. This is history in the making here now. Oh, so these ballots going in here, like this is a powerful one. I really hope the outcome isn't in favour of the status quo. Please, God, it can't be. Come on. It can't be, because you've been watching this with me as well. Like, obviously not with me. This is the first time I've live streamed this, but surely you've all been watching this up to now. It can't be the status quo. It seems very much that the citizens are like, we need to be doing something different. Oh. Oh, it could be an emotional one here.
There's a smaller queue on the left here as well, if you want to queue up here.
Nice and kinda. Might open up a room there later on and get some people on here for a panel discussion. So if you haven't already done
Cast an
so,
either box. So if some people want to come over here, this box is valid as well. There's plenty of room over here. If you want to.
if you haven't already done so, guys, in the description there over on YouTube and maybe on the other places you're watching, Twitch and Facebook, you'll see a link for the Telegram group. If you're already on Telegram, join into the group there. There's 24/7 Hotbox happening all the time, but find me through that then. You'll find me in there and you can just direct message me. Tell me you're interested and jump on in a minute for a chat, and I'll share the link there with you. But there's over 100 members in the 24/7 Hotbox, and yeah, it's just a nice little friendly, loving community there. We all look out for one another.
Jesse and Marcus, can I just check if you have had a chance to cast your own ballot? You're okay. Okay, one last call. One last call if anybody else wants to finally cast their ballot. Okay, we'll now close that ballot. I'm going to ask Kieran, Marcus and Jesse to go into the room and complete the count for that, and we will come back and we'll tell you the count. Unfortunately, we can't proceed to the next phase till we know the answer to the first question, so we just
So we're going to
ask
find the
you
result
to bear
already.
with us,
This is
and,
amazing.
it shouldn't take too long.
Oh, yes.
Have the coffee ready, yeah?
That's absolutely
Okay,
epic,
maybe,
though.
yeah, good idea. Look, do you want to grab a quick cup of coffee? It's ahead of schedule, and then we can keep moving throughout the day. So grab a quick cup on the table there. Thank you. Okay, can we close the webcam, please?
Yeah, so this is absolutely amazing, guys. We're watching this as it's happening. It's the members have just voted now whether they're going to be for or against the status quo. Effectively, is what I understand this first question to be. Some complexities in the question. There's a don't know there, but it'll be very interesting to see. I really hope this comes back as we're expecting it to, and it to be against the status quo and in favour of a policy change. Let's hope. Let's hope. So it shouldn't take them very long to count that either. You know, there's 99 citizens there, 99 ballot papers. You know, it's like 1 second a piece of paper. So maybe even give them 2. You're talking about 5 minutes there to count the ballots. Oh my God, I can't believe this. You know, years and years of campaigning, and it's all coming down now to this. Let's see how effective the years of campaigning have been, you know, the different campaigns people have engaged in over the years, and what that's done to the views and the opinions now of this representative sample of the Irish public. Chilbert saying, I think it's great they count votes now. I hope they count well. Yeah, they'll probably double check them. So maybe like 10 minutes to count them. So like, you know, just making the list, checking it twice. He's going to find out who's in favour of status quo or not. Hopefully prohibition is leaving town. Sorry guys, I'll stop singing. I won't sing anymore. I'm fucking... I just paused that there. Apologies. Hit the live. Just going to quickly go over to the live chat there because for some reason it's after freezing up on the stream. Sorry, there's boom. I'll mute that guy. I just want to see your live chat there, guys, for a sec because I'm going to refresh it on this. Boom. 99 green balloons. At least somebody out there liked my song anyway. Nice one, Terry. Terry saying, I don't think there should be a vote allowed, to be honest. Yeah, it's a strange one to put in there, but when he kind of explained it there, it made a little bit of sense that in later questions they kind of get to clarify what the status quo is in answering that. But then another citizen quite interestingly pointed out that there's no answers there. What happens if we get don't knows all the way down? So I will deal with that when it comes to it. Yeah, it's true. I think Irish Canada Clinic said it there earlier that it seems they didn't think this very well through, but maybe they've overthunk it. Maybe, you know, that can happen too. That they've been worried that they mightn't think this clearly, and they've ended up actually overthinking it. Who knows? Chilbert says count well in Ireland. Count well in Ireland favour. Yeah. Dave Corn saying feck all will happen with current government. That's the fear. That really is the fear, that the current government, that the appetite just isn't there and they won't act upon these recommendations. But guys, we can only hope. Like, this is democracy in play. Let's just hope that it works. Mr. Wes has agreed that he seemed fairly neutral when it got up and running, but I was worried. Solid Minds Digital said, spotted someone we know voting there. Anyone else spot them? I didn't, to be honest. I was busy there kind of clicking around here trying to just look at your chats. But no, I didn't spot him. I'll have to have a look back through that there later, maybe. What else is there? Bogwan says, we're all on the naughty list according to the government. Well, let's just hope they make an adjustment to what's regarded as naughty or nice, you know, because as I said, people who use drugs are not bad people. You know, nice people use drugs too. The use of drugs doesn't make you a bad person at all. So that needs to change, and I hope it changes today. Hopefully it changes in the next 10 minutes. Well, hopefully the likelihood of it changing increases in the next 10 minutes with the outcome of this vote that we're waiting upon. Cass is trying to spot the mole. One of us. AGB, hey, what's happening with me, man? Another Irish canna grower out there. Delighted to see you in the audience here today, bud. And hopefully very soon, you know, my people like ourselves will be very much closer, you know, fingers crossed, to being able to grow that plant legally and without free of fear. You know, I got to meet another grower there last week. We just call him Medicate Together, as that was the screen name he was going under. But another person just grown, and it's just so nice when you get to meet another person who's grown, and you get to have a chat with them about growing cannabis, about, like, you know, the strains that they're growing, about what they're using, how they're growing it, and it's just such a little pet passion that we have. And when we meet another person who has that same pet passion, like, it's very hard to get us away from one another. A lot of the times our partners are kind of like, come on, Jesus, you thought about that again? End of it, Amy here calling out Jeeb. She says, tell the truth and shame the devil. Did the Guinness make you late? Were you on the black stuff last night, GV, again, huh? You ordered for the creamy stuff. And to be honest, like, I still really haven't had a pint of Guinness or any type of stout, you know. Yeah, I've kind of had a sup of them, like, but I've never actually had a pint, or even a half pint for that matter. Something we could do together, GB, someday maybe. Casa here saying, I think regardless of how far the recommendations of the Assembly go, it's up to us to push politicians to follow up. Yeah, 100% agree there, Casa. Coming, you know, the end of tomorrow, the ball is by and large back in our court, regardless of what the outcome of this is. Because, you know what, even if the citizens today vote in favour of the status quo, that just means that we've more work to be done in going into the future. Let's hope they don't, and let's hope that the work we have to do going into the future is just going to be that bit easier to do. But yeah, regardless of what the outcome is, the ball is going to be back in our court, and the only thing the outcome of this is going to change is going to be the level of work that we have to do. But regardless, I'm going to be given 110%, whether it's in favour of the status quo or in favour of regulation. I'm going to be pushing 110% after this for policy change. I don't want to be a criminal any longer in this society. I want my good name restored. I want my ability to travel and work restored. You know, I don't want to be any. I would just say any bit fucking less of. Yeah, I would just say, yeah, compared to other people in society, I don't want to be any less well off to be able to provide for my family because I use cannabis. You know. Like, I have an honours degree in herbal science. I've got my level 6 there in GMP manufacturing. Like, even with that level 6 in GMP and manufacturing, I could have went into any of the big blue chip pharma companies in Cork. I could have had quite a decent job, earning a nice salary there for myself and everything. But I chose to go on and do the herbal science course because it was a passion of mine, but because I wanted to really understand what was the mechanisms behind how cannabis and other drugs work within the body. And herbal science seemed like a very fitting course for me to go and learn about that within. And also, you know, I campaigned then for policy regulation for over those years. Like, I could have went and taken those jobs, but the thing is, the stigma there, I didn't believe I was going to be able to fit in with those jobs, because I wasn't going to be able to give up cannabis because I use it for medical reasons, and I don't think I should have to give it up. And those jobs do require you to partake in a drug test before you actually get hired. But like, if I was to be getting caught with cannabis again afterwards, like if I was to be brought to court, actually losing your job. Like that's a horrible situation to be in. So I'm thankful I never put myself into that situation. I continued to campaign for what was right. I continued to educate myself, and at no point along the way did it. And I've always questioned myself: Am I wrong? Am I wrong to campaign for this? Am I wrong in that we need policy change and that prohibition is actually right? And the answer is always no, I'm not wrong. I haven't been wrong. I might have always been like 100% correct, but the thing is, like, I've always been right about one thing, and that the prohibition of drugs is fucking, it's wrong. It's bad. Yeah, exactly. Amy here saying it, like, fair play, Martin, but if you chose to apply for those pharma jobs, would your kind of convictions have prevented you? Exactly, you know. Not only my cannabis convictions preventing me, but my continued use of cannabis then as well, you know, preventing me. I'd have to, I know one buddy who got a job in Apple. You have to do a piss test for Apple, and do you know what he done? He got a girl he knew, a girl he knew to piss clean. Obviously made sure, come here, you're not pregnant, no. But yeah, I got a girl he knew that would have clean piss, to piss into the thing for him. He brought her up under his arm to get it body temperature. He even had to he even sat in it, put it between his bar, the balls and your arse and down the barse area, just to get it to that body temperature. And he handed it into him, and he passed, and he got his job. But like, that's what people have to go to get a job. Like, it's crazy. End up saying my cousin works for McVitie's in the UK, and they get drug tested. It's a violation of human rights, in my humble opinion. 100% it is. 100% it is. Imagine if that was a question for drinkers. You know, do you consume alcohol at all? Like, imagine getting asked that in your interview. Do you consume alcohol? They don't ask you that, and there's a reason why they don't ask you that, because they can't really ask you that. Do you drink alcohol? That's of no business of theirs, you know? Unless it had something to do with the job, of course, like, you know, but like, how many jobs out there even ask you that? Like, pilots, maybe? Do pilots even get asked that? They probably don't, like. Imagine he found out he was pregnant. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that's happened to somebody before, at least as the story goes, you know, somebody coming into hear the results of their job interview or something. It's like, yeah, it's like, you know, you passed the drug test, but you're pregnant. Josh here says, my work asked me to partake in a drug test at work, but I told them I won't try crack. I got it. Hopefully everyone else got that joke there as well. Alright, Jesse, hopefully all's good with you. Jesse saying here, so many professionals do partake, but the stigma alone prevents them from speaking out. 100%. Like, I know myself, like, as outspoken as I am on this, I suffer from the stigma of it myself. I can have a poor opinion of myself. I can view myself in a negative light because of how society, at least my idea of how society views us, based upon, you know, the way we treat people like us in terms of criminalisation and all of that. There we go.
Declare the result of the first ballot, and we will shortly just put it up on the screen as well. But I'd ask Kieran just to declare the vote, please. We can't get your attention.
Okay. We have 88 people in the room, and we had 88 votes cast. One of those was an invalid vote. It didn't have a mark for any of the three options. So we have 87 valid votes. Of those, 11 agree with retaining the status quo.
Yes!
74 do not agree, and 2 don't know. So it's very clear that the agree has not got an overall or anything near an overall consensus within the group. So the recommendation is not to retain the status quo at the moment. We've no clear consensus for that. We'll move on to the next ballot.
Okay, yeah. I don't know. What?
Okay, I'm now going to pass the call to
Ah,
move
there
us
it is.
now to stage 2. I did say take it away, but well done to everybody. Stage 2.
Thanks, Kieran. Thanks, Paul. And thanks to our scrutineers as well. So we're now moving to stage 2 of ballot paper 2. Stage 2 of voting is a very simple question. It presents options A through to F, being the status quo, health diversion, comprehensive health-led approach, tolerance for all drugs, and legalisation and regulation. And Model F is a hybrid, which is something that we will come to if we go through to stage 3. A hybrid approach means that you will take a different approach for certain drugs compared to others. The definition of that we will work out in stage 3 if we come to that level of detail. So the ballot paper that's now been distributed in draft format on white paper is stage 2 voting. So we'd ask you all just spend a short amount of time, probably 15 minutes at the most, discussing this. The question is very straightforward. On the right-hand side, as you can see on the screen, you have 6 boxes, and you put an X in the box of your first your first preference. And this is to establish whether or not the members of the Assembly have a preference, an overall majority in preference for any one of these particular approaches. We already know the answer to ballot paper A, or option A rather, the status quo, but we're retaining it on this question again for people to express a preference for that. But if there is an overall majority for either of the options B, C, D or E, that is the decision of the room. If there's an overall majority for F, we move to stage 3 balloting paper, stage 3 voting. And if there is no overall majority for any of these options, we then also move on to stage 3, where we get into a little bit more nuanced decision making about which approach one would take for different types of drugs. So we're available if there's any questions, but please spend the next 15 minutes at the most and discussing this, and make sure that you all understand what's being asked of you. It's a single vote with an X in the box of your first preference for what should be done for all drugs.
Okay.
Thank you.
So again, I think we can well do this in 15, so please work with us, and we'll answer any questions at the end and we'll go to ballot. This is a simple declaration of your preference for a model.
Yeah.
That's just the first slide on that has it. It's Q2.1.
Perfect. Thanks. Yeah, it was, yeah.
So that's a good outcome. There wasn't an overall majority. Oh, are they back?
Okay, just for everybody's benefit, the result of the first ballot is on the screen there now. Thank you.
Where? Come on, show us. Paul. Paul, come on, boy. I want to see the result there. Throw it up, kid. Throw it up there for us watching at home. Come on. Yeah, I was hoping they'd have it up, but I don't know what the results were again, but what I know is that the status quo didn't get a majority, but I don't think there was a majority there for the other options either, but the thing is that they didn't get a majority for the status quo, so that's not going to go ahead, which is good. Yeah, that's true actually, Casa. He's saying, how is BNC different realistically and surely regulation is health-led? Yeah, I think that should have been included in there as well. You know, this idea that like they've health-led in like some of the options, and that's kind of almost suggesting that like the regulation isn't health-led, but that certainly is health-led. Like in fact, like there's been some like Ray Wally was on with Dr. Garrett McGovern there yesterday, and like he was arguing that he was on about the strength of cannabis, you know, and the abuse of it and all of this. Like, but in actual fact, what he was arguing for was regulation, because regulation is actually much more health-led. Because he was talking about how do you stop shops popping up everywhere and it being sold on all the street corners? You do that through regulation. You do that, like, and he talked about like, cannabis being sold in our schools. It's like, yeah, there's regulation. Even in Amsterdam there not too long ago, wasn't there a load of coffee shops? That was probably about 10 years ago now, but there was a good load of coffee shops had to close because they actually increased the zoning which a cannabis dispensary can be located to a school, and that included like English schools. Like, these are colleges that are for like adults, teaching them English and stuff like that. So it was very broad. But the reality was then a number of coffee shops had to close because they were close to these type of things, those type of colleges. So regulation is fucking 100% a health-led approach. And it should be in there in brackets next to all of those options, like, because everything after A is fucking a health-led approach. It isn't the health-led approach. Status quo isn't the health-led approach. Oh man, yeah. So B, C and D, all forms of decrim there, as I was saying, and E and F for regulation. Man. Cass is saying here we should replace the Dáil with Citizens' Assembly. This is way more interesting. It is. Like, I'm a very much a supporter of direct democracy. I think we're at a stage now in society where we should be able to have much more direct democracy, where citizens should be able to have much more of a say in the day-to-day running of the government, because we can carry out these things in a simple enough way. You know, we've already got, say, Dáil TV. All right, guys, Dáil TV, there's going to be presentations there this evening for the citizens to all watch and to listen to, and people can have a vote then later on that evening as to how they would like the politicians to act upon a certain issue, in which, you know, I think that would be a much better form of democracy. But look, can we have an E, please, Mert? I can't be giving you them on air, but... I think everybody out there wants an E at the moment. And in case people are thinking we're on about ecstasy, no, we're on about option E. We want legalization. Guys, nice one, everybody in the audience. We got a nice audience out there as well, just after hitting 50 people there out there watching right now live with us. So much appreciated for joining me here this morning. It's great to have you all here. It's some great crack going on there in the hot box. Loving it. Irish Canna Clinic says % for legal will be revealing. Yeah, it will. It'll be very interesting, like what the outcome of this next vote will be, because we'll get a very good idea as to the mood there within the Citizens' Assembly as to what their appetite is for. Is it for decrim? Is it for legalization, regulation? I hope it is really for that latter, the latter, the legalization and regulation, because like decrim just isn't a step enough. But as I said, if we get decrim, and I'm ecstatic. Anything else is a bonus. Please God, it's going to be positive outcome. It's already been good so far. Like, we've only got one vote, and I'm delighted. Status quo was rejected. Yes, yes. Flies in the face of the government. Ashton Hudson saying here, diversion is focusing on getting everyone away from using drugs, reducing supply, heavier punishments. Yeah, there's probably heavier punishments there for the suppliers. And yeah, it is definitely focused on getting everyone away from using drugs as well under that health diversion program. So it isn't very health-led at all, health diversion, because you could be getting a person who's using something and benefiting from it away from that thing that's benefiting them and leaving them in a worse off situation. That's not health-led at all. So I 100% agree with you there, Aisling, on that option B that says like health-led diversion or whatever it is. It's a bit of a misnomer. They're mistaking commercialization with regulation. Yeah, that happens quite often, you know. I'm not for the over commercialization of any drugs, to be very honest. Like, it's a conversation that's needed to be had here in Ireland for a very long time, and we've avoided it, and that's the advertising of alcohol here in Ireland. Like, you have you have the fucking the GA and stuff like that. Like Guinness, was it Guinness or somebody there was sponsoring that for a while. Like, it's crazy. There's no limits there on the advertising of alcohol. But my opinion is that we should have zero tolerance for advertising of any drugs, and the only advertising of a drug should be how to use that drug safely and responsibly. Obviously indicating that the safest way to use a drug is to not use it. But if you are going to use it, Here's the way. I think that's the only advertising that should be done for any drugs. I really don't. If a drug is good enough, its effects should be what draws you to it. It shouldn't be because there's some fucking sexy chick drinking a bottle down, or some fucking half-naked, sweaty dude with big muscles drinking a ice-cold beer. Like, it shouldn't be any of that. It shouldn't be any of that stuff attracting you to the drug. It should be quite simply, do you want the effects or not? You know, do you want to get a little bit inebriated after a couple of sips of alcohol? Would you like to go a little bit further and, you know, be completely plastered? But you should know the effects, and that should be the only advertising done. I don't know, agree or disagree, but I don't think any drugs should be advertised. Jesse says, not all medical professionals even agree that cannabis has medical properties. Yeah, you're dead right there. You know, there's a lot of misleading misinformation out there going around. The stigma is so huge as well that a lot of medical professionals won't even partake in the conversation, because they probably agree that it has medical properties, but they don't want to be the weed doctor, you know. Because look at Garrett McGovern now, like, as amazing as that man is, and what he does here in Ireland, like, there is a stigma. He gets a stigma within his community, you know, the medical professional community, as being the drug guy, the guy in favour of legalisation. And he kind of stands out a little bit, but fair play to him for doing that, because there's been other doctors come out and say, I agree with you, Garrett, but I'm not putting my head out there. Do you know? And we've had many conversation about that with Garrett, and he's an absolute legend for what he does. And he made some great interviews there recently, and even debated Ray Wally, as I talked about earlier, and he really showed him up. But it's just unfortunate in these interviews, you know, what was that one there recently in RT? It's like a 10-minute thing. And they actually gave Ray Wally kind of more space for talking, or at least he was a bit more ruder than Garrett, and he was talking over the presenter as she was trying to cut back in. Whereas kind of she talked down Garrett a few times, and that didn't allow him to develop or expand upon his points. But he's still done amazing. GP says, well, I wouldn't mind a pill now either, Martin. Guys, 2016 was the last time I done some MDMA, and yeah, fucking long overdue it now again. Like, what an amazing night that was. Boomtown 2016, my night off after being doing the drug welfare for the day. Had an evening off and went out and socialised with some of the guys that we were there with. And we took a bit of MD that evening, and never forget it, inside in those Portaloos and coming up, and the Portaloo, and just being like, I'm coming up on this shitter. This is amazing. This is something you never really think about being in a shitter. Like, oh yeah, but definitely a night like that is long overdue again, with the right company, of course. And even though that night it was with some complete strangers, what a night it was. Just talking absolute shite around the fire. But like I say, absolute shite, but man, we were expressing some real feelings that we were actually feeling and experiencing at that time. Might thinking about it afterwards might kind of seem like shite talk, but man, we were all expressing so much love for one another. It's mad. It's mad how connected something like that can make you, isn't it? It's like, why does it do that? Like, it's so interesting that it does that. GB, sorry, Teresa says, might get you on the road cheap. Oh, guys, a bit too early now for the pills. A status quo never like that one much, says John. Oh, now says, poor guy who got 3 years testing for a 50 bag. Yeah, you gotta take care of those ladies. You can't leave them too thirsty. Good man, Jeep. Where's y'all going? The FOMO is real. Yeah, FOMO is real here today. Like, I couldn't miss this one. Like, this is one I'd made sure I said it to herself. It was like, look, 9 to 5 today. Sorry, I'm going to be just focused on this. 9 to 1 tomorrow, I think it is. 9 to 1 tomorrow. It's like, I'm just gone. Sorry. Yeah, I wasn't missing this for love and our money. Grab your parachutes. What's happening? Mark O'Callaghan says, wake and bake. Yes, son. Got a bowl packed up there of some orange sherbet that we'll blaze down in a couple of secs. Gutted, my cup of coffee is coming to an end. Nearly going and get another one. It was so nice. Bit of hair and coffee. Oh, Teresa, I'm jealous. You going on a road trip to see GT and Mr. Wes? Ah, lovely. Love it. Give him a big hug for me. Red Simpson says, we are medical here in Australia now, Martin. I was stuck in Ireland due to COVID a few years ago and hated the situation when I was there. I have a spinal problem and this is amazing for my pain. I eat cannabis. Thank God I'm back in Australia. I just got some nice medical from the jungle of Sparta Marta in Colombia. All legal. Come to Australia, mate. I was actually only chatting with my buddy last night, about the idea of moving to Australia because, again, I have the background in herbal medicine, herbal science, specialised, very focused on cannabis and medical cannabis. So if I was to go to Australia, if there's some medical cannabis companies over there, I would very much be fitting for a role within those companies. But obviously trying to move myself, the partner, and the 4 kids over there is going to be... probably getting legalisation here is probably easier. Probably more realistic. But I do have I have a sister over there in Perth as well. And yeah, long overdue a visit I am. Glad to hear that you're able to get access to stuff and that it helps as well with the spinal problem. So many patients here in Ireland, and they're suffering. And I'd imagine during COVID, what a horrible situation that must have been, having to deal with the lockdown and all of that crack, but having to deal with it while suffering and pain. Like they made off licenses, they made alcohol suppliers an essential service here in Ireland, while people who got cannabis illegally were faced with fucking checkpoints, 5-kilometre restrictions, increased seizures in the fucking postal offices because the boys were able to do a bit more work now. Crazy what went on there. Like it was a lunacy. We made alcohol an essential item for people to consume while we still had nothing there for medical cannabis patients who we voted in favour of only 4 years previous to that, because in 2016 there was support there for medical cannabis access for patients. And then when it came to the COVID, like, the best we could do was, alright, so we'll allow the couriers to deliver it to the 10 patients who had it at that time. I think it was about 10 or 11 of them had it at that time back in 2020. I think there's a little bit more now today, but oh God, like I couldn't. Oh, that infuriated me so much when they made off licenses an essential service. It really did, and I can understand why they did, because the society would have fucking went to shit if the people couldn't go out and get a couple of bottles to have at home. Oh God. But just think of that, like, we treat cannabis consumers in one way and we made alcohol consumers, we made their supply an essential service, guys. Just think about that, like. Mark Jenkins, what's happening, my man? Says, come on, legalisation, cannot wait, while listening and fitting out the social club. Yes, guys, you hear that? You hear that? Oh, yes. People already making moves there in Ireland, expecting good things, expecting very good things to come for us here in the future. And a social club being fitted out. And it's not the only one either, Yes, delighted to hear that, Mark, boy. Andy Shaw says, is there a vote happening now? Yeah, there's a vote in process now. This is the second vote of the morning if you're only joining us now. And the first vote, you'll be happy to hear, it was against the status quo. So they voted against the status quo. The status quo wasn't a majority of that vote. So happy fucking days. Very positive outcome. Endo and Amy and Teresa, they're all excited as well for Mark stuff. Mr. Finnegan too. Yes, cannot wait. Grab your parachute, says coffee, good call. It is, like, but like any other drug, like coffee. Like I can't drink coffee like throughout the rest of the day. I'll have 1 cup in the morning, and that's enough for me. And if I have that cup and I don't have cannabis with it, I have to have a smaller cup because I'll have quite a large cup. And I actually get very jittery after the coffee if I don't have some cannabis to go alongside it. So like, and I know there's other people out there, they're kind of intolerant to coffee. They really can't drink it because, you know, it fucking gets their heart racing and stuff. Just goes to show, like, everybody's different, but we shouldn't have fucking prohibitions there because, you know, a very small population of people can't handle their shit. Amy says, give me bong back, I'm going home. Stop, Martin, I'm afraid to go to the toilet in case I miss something. Amy, I'm actually the very same. I'm a pint of coffee in, and as you know, coffee is a diuretic. I'll slip out there now in a couple of minutes, and I'll take the phone here with me, and I'll listen as I go. But I won't go while the stream is down. I'll keep here reading the comments because there's quite a few of them coming in, guys. We got over 50 people there in the hot box out this morning. It's great to see. I'd imagine most people are coming over here because of the live chat just being enabled, and there's a bit more of a crack going on. I really do think that was a big downfall of the live stream of the Citizens Assembly on their YouTube channel. I've really no idea as to why they turned off that live chat, because I would be over there watching that now, engaging in that live chat now, if it was still up and running. I know the guys over in Crown, as I mentioned earlier, their Discord is a very good place to go as well there this morning. It's a very active place, like-minded people, so it's great to just be able to share in the conversation as this thing is going on. Because I know the first weekend I was actually over in Brighton. We were over there for the relaunch of the United Patients Alliance. I was over with Clark French and stuff. And it was the day after it. I was just on the way home that day, but it was the first morning of the Citizens Assembly. And I was watching her over there engaging in the live chat, and it was great. It was great. I think, Ryan, you were there. Sparks was there. We had Senator Linda Wan there. We had so many people there just all conversing, everyone being nice and friendly, and then they turned it off. It's like, yeah, you bastards. Indo saying here, Ryan saying here, 85% in favour of moving away from status quo. Great result. Yeah, guys, and to be fair, isn't that in line with everything we've seen to date in terms of other public polls that were done, even the Red C polls, which are a bit more fucking prestigious in terms of surveying the Irish public. And we kind of would have seen that too, like, you know, very much over 70%, I believe, was like in favour of some form of change when it came to recreational or medical cannabis. You know, when you combine the two, you had like over 70% in favour of moving away from the status quo. And that's what we're seeing here this morning now, again, in a smaller representative sample, but still nonetheless in line with what we've seen already before. And as I said, Red C polls and some of those ones that have been done, they're more prestigious than like the Journal.ie. It's very easy to dismiss the Journal.ie or Red FM or Today FM or any of those other kind of polls, but Red C poll is a bit more prestigious, and that one came back like in favour of moving away from status quo, changing like regulation for medical and recreational. It's like, how much more evidence do they want that this public want this change? Andy Shaw says, this is my first Saturday morning off in months. Good viewing. Thanks for streaming this, Martin. Not a bother at all, Andy, and thanks very much for joining us. I've been wanting to do this throughout the rest of it, but other mornings of the Assembly, I was just kind of engaging in family stuff and kind of watching on the sidelines. But this morning, I was like, no, I'm sitting in front of the computer today and I'm going to stream this, and that's how I'm going to ensure that I give this my full attention. And it's great to have all you here as well, guys. This is it's really adding to the quality of the stream. The gang is back together, boys. Sammy. Yeah, I look forward to the next get together there for Christmas anyway, definitely, Amy. I think Mark there might be hooking us up with an old a little place for us to get festive. That right, Mark? Cassidus Droga says the funniest was the allowance of beer in plastic cups only. Rasher says, veritable who's who of the Cana community here this morning. Love it. Oh, veritable who's who. Yeah, nice. Love it. Amy's asking, Mark, are you offering overnight stays in your new CSC? Because I'm not fucking leaving. Overnights? I should just saying overnights, Amy. We're going long term, yeah? Have a trailer out the back. But yeah, I think Mark was talking about that there. There's definitely going to be a space there for people to be able to spend an evening. I'm really excited for it. Like, it sounds epic what he has planned. I know about our man, like, he's got some head in his shoulders, in fairness. Chilbert UK says, preparations for PE already have begun. Chilbert, I swear on it, my life, you know, to God, I swear on it, I will make PE next year. Come hell or high water, I will make it. You know, and if I have to swim the fucking Irish Channel, the Irish Sea over G, I'll fucking do it. If people didn't know, I was supposed to go this year, and I missed my flight. It's been the first time I ever missed a flight. I've never even been late for a flight. I would always be on the ball. But again, my dad was collecting me this morning, dropping me up for the plane. And I was kind of being a bit considerate for my own man. I was like, the flight's at like 7:30. I was like, yeah, get me about 6:30, get me up to the airport there about 7ish, and I'll get onto the plane, no bothers at all. Stupidly forgot the fact that I had a plane boards 40 minutes before you get off. And not only that then, like, that wasn't even it. I arrived at the airport and the plane was there. I forgot to check in. That was the real kicker. Had I checked in, I would have got on the bloody plane. I would have been able to make it. The plane was still there. They would have let me board probably. They were still boarding when I arrived. But because I didn't check in and the plane was in actively boarding and was in its like final calls of boarding, they couldn't check me in and I missed product art. Such a sausage, like. But like, it's the first and the last time I will ever make that mistake. Such a sausage. Ashlyn asking, is there a space for a caravan? Grab your parachute says, how did the August get together go? Wasn't able to make it. Family trouble. Sorry to hear that. Grab your parachutes. Hopefully everything's a bit better there now. Yeah, August went well. If memory serves correct, I'm trying to think what went down in August, to be very honest. Was I even there? Oh yeah, August was fucking Product Art, wasn't it? Yeah. End up with Amy says, Martin, you're in my car next year, for fuck's sake. Yeah, 100% Amy, I'll make sure I'm going on the boat with you. This year I took the plane just wanting to kind of get over and back faster because obviously, much like grab your parachutes at the time, there was a lot going on here with the family, and I kind of was a bit torn between, you know, going or not. I didn't really want to be taking the time away from the family, as I just felt like I was needed a bit more here. But at the same time, I really needed the break as well for myself and my own mental health a bit. But yeah, fucking thank God things are much better now. And yeah, I'll be in the car with you next year, 100%. Andy Shaw says the airport is 30 minutes away and not checked in. Yeah, Andy, it was a sausage move, but it really was. It really was. I thought if I got there, you know, kind of half an hour before my flight, I'd be able to get on. I didn't know that the plane boarded 40 minutes before. Like, it was just childish. I always went with the 2-hour rule. I always got to my flight 2 hours before takeoff. That was always the rule I went with, and I never strayed from that over the years. The one day I did, out of consideration, you know, I was kind of like, yeah, let my dad have a bit of a sleep in there that morning, get me about 6:30. It should be grand. Stupid. I'm blaming my dad. It's my dad's fault. Nah, it's my fault. Totally my fault. I didn't check in. How could you be so fucking simple? Sausage doesn't even cover it. Yeah. For fear of using more vulgar words, yeah, sausage is sugarcoating it. Yeah. Amy, Mark says here that you don't need to bring the kitchen sink either. Amy there is known for travelling not so light. Oh yes, that was funny. Amy nearly had a whole house with her when we went camping there down in Carrontool down in Killarney. Love it. Fair play, Amy. But Mark's got you covered anyway. He said you can leave the kitchen sink at home. Worst rule ever. Yeah, you're spot on, Andy, but there was people getting on the plane before you left the gaff. They were, boy. uh, I was, yeah, stoner move. I left the community down that day. Like, I left their side down. And I know people from before as well who missed flights, and I would say to them, man, how'd you miss your flight? Like, come on, like, you get there 2 hours before. Like, how'd you miss your flight? Can't ask anybody that anymore. Sounds like a Finnegan move. Yeah, I done a Finnegan on it. No, the thing is, like, I don't think I done a Finnegan on it because I knew where my plane was. It was there. I could see it. Like, I think if I done a Finnegan on it, like, you know, it's just like I wouldn't have been able to find the plane. Yeah, Mr. Wes here saying it as well. I always tell myself you need to be there an hour before your flight. 2 hours can be overkill, but it's definitely more relaxing being early. Yeah, that was it. Like, my thing being 2 hours before the flight was because, yeah, you get to the airport 2 hours before the flight, you blaze up then outside the airport for about a half hour. You never arrive at the airport empty-handed. Like, you always arrive on with like 2 or 3 pre-rolls, like, because you know what they say, like, you know, don't drink and drive, smoke and fly. If that plane is going down and I'm going with it, like, I'm going out a happy man that morning. Amy says she needs her comfort, lads. A healer told me once, do you think your hearse is going to have a trailer attached? All your copies from 5th class. Amy, I wouldn't be surprised. You probably still have your copies from 5th class, yeah? All your little Amy Plus fucking, you know, BFFs. I know, Mr. Wes, I know. Because the year previous, like, we were really in a bit of a crisis there with the family, and I couldn't go that year at all. I really just couldn't take the time away. And there was a big Irish contingent went over that previous year as well. And to say I was jealous is an understatement of what went on over there, guys, because the offering, fair play to the guys over there in the UK, you know, big round of applause there for them, because I heard what was on offer there was absolutely amazing. I think Zombie, Chilbert, who else was there now? Blazer, you were there, I believe, the first year, and you were there last year as well. This year, sorry. But I heard that what was brought there was absolutely top notch. So, well done, lads. Big up. I can't wait until it's like legal here and in the UK, and then we can have like an Ireland v England cannabis cup, like, you know, local growers from the UK versus local growers from Ireland. You know, let's, you know, putting your buds on the table. Because it's always great crack just to have a little bit of friendly competition, like, you know, my buds are better than your buds. But yeah, I've got to taste some stuff around there, and absolutely amazing. Like, Mr. Wes, we were up there in the north at Alan's shop above there in Stay Medicated, the DHVL, the Dry Herb Vape Lounge, with the NI Canna guy. But I got to taste some of the stuff from up there. Mr. Wes was there, and we had a couple of other local guys up there as well. I won't mention any names. But man, the quality is just outstanding. Like there was nobody's stuff that I tasted and I was like, you're a bad grower. Like, no, everybody's stuff that I've ever tasted has been like quality. One or two people, like, you might be able to say to them, come here, you could trim that a little bit more, like, but you're just being a bit fussy. But overall, like, the taste, like, everything's just quality. Greenbeard says it there, yeah, big up to our British brothers. They really looked after their Irish crew. Oh, here we go, we're back. We're back. Yes, vote number
use.
2, guys.
I think that is a nuanced way of legalising drugs.
Okay, Maura.
Oh, here's
And
this
just
lady
clarify,
again.
B is just to move to the current position of the legislation that's on the shelf
Right.
within the current model. It's not to decriminalise.
I think, did you mean D?
No, I meant B. Where it
okay.
says the government should introduce a planned health diversion legislation. I don't think it's full decriminalisation, but I think it's very close to it. It's leaving it open. And would it not have been more straightforward, to put it that way? And to put C, it's a kind of a nuanced way, a comprehensive. That means that it's all health.
Yeah,
And
B is-
I'd feel then that the courts and guards and that were just written more or less out. They wouldn't have any power. Now, whether that's good or bad, I don't know, but I think we need to discuss that more. Thank you.
Yeah. I would say there's probably a couple of things that you would need to have clarified for you to understand the differences between B, C and D for that matter, but we can come back to
I'm going
that.
to take one more question just in the back and I'm going to test where the room are.
I'm just wondering with regard to options B to E inclusive, if any of those options are chosen, is there an opportunity to fine-tune the scope or wording thereafter, excluding this stipulation that it applies to all drugs, but the wording and the scope, is there an opportunity to fine-tune that thereafter?
Fine-tuning is one thing, like if there's a fundamental need to redesign the question, then it's probably best done before the voting happens. So fine-tuning is, so if you can sort of look at the headline vote for the voting question for options A, B, C, D and E, you can see the voting recommendation itself is quite short, and that's the high-level direction that the Assembly wishes to give, the kind of strategic sense of direction or direction of travel, as Paul would have said, to the Oireachtas. The fine-tuning of it is probably lies in the body of the explanatory narrative, and that, I think, it can be best done in the drafting of the report, right? If there's any components that are missing or that need amendment, we can hear from each of you in the drafting of the report once we get beyond the initial choice of recommendation. That would be one efficient way to do it.
Can I just check and look, this is important. So, we knew this was a more complex, the most complex piece. Can I just check based on a suggestion? It can be just a simple show of hands if we'll use the colour cards if we need to, but based on a show of hands, at your table, are you ready to proceed on this ballot paper, on this vote right now? So who feels we are ready? Okay. And who feels we're not ready, just for clarity? Okay, I think it's a very clear majority of people really want to proceed. And I'm not trying to dismiss anything that's come up, but I think there's a very clear majority of people want to proceed on the vote. So can we move now, please, to make sure we have the ballot papers out for people to express a vote, and then we take stock after that. Thank you.
Could I have Marcus and Jesse to the top?
Sorry, everybody, it's the colour orange ballot paper. Just make sure as you're casting, colour orange. I'm no good on colour. Yeah. Hold on, there's somebody.
Okay, if everybody has to vote on the orange ballot paper. If anybody has voted or has a white paper, you need to go back to your table and get the orange one. Okay. And if anybody has accidentally put in a white ballot paper, you need to go back and get your orange one to go into the box. Thank you.
Some of them have it in their packet. I didn't see any going in, but did they? Did any whites go in?
Okay. Okay, well spotted.
Yeah.
If we end up with 87 plus the white,
Yes.
we can assume that that was a ballot.
Yeah. Yes.
Can I just check now that everybody has had the opportunity to vote with an orange ballot paper? One more. Two more. He's in. Okay, has everybody now had the opportunity? I know. That's why I'm saying it. Has everybody now had the opportunity? Because we're going to close the ballot. Saying we're going to have to close the ballot. Okay, Zin, I am going to have to close the ballot, please. Sorry, no, but we have to cast your vote. Okay, thank you. Okay, now formally closing that stage of the ballot process. Please give us some time with our two independent observers. We'll make the count and we'll revert as soon as possible. Ballot boxes are now sealed, well sealed anyway. Okay.
Well done, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you again for your time. No pressure, just hurry up there, Jesse and Marcus.
Yeah, we can cut live stream now.
Yeah, I seen that there, Chilbert. That would have been awkward actually if I had a mobile mic and I brought it to the jacks with me. But I'm back there, guys. Yeah, much needed. Fucking wah, wah, wah. I was watching Dara's that went on the YouTube live stream. But yeah, I thought they would have had the results there. Jeez, they were only still voting just a few minutes ago. I'd be curious as well as to what the question was being asked there again by that lady. Just kind of as the stream came back on, she was like midway into her question. Curious as to what she was asking. End up with Amy says, "Oh, another 20-minute break watch." Definitely the bong to calm the nerves. Yeah, guys, this is like I'm on the edge of my seat here. Like I just oh, so anxious about this whole thing. But like the first vote already is, as Ryan said there, over 85% in favour of moving away from the status quo. Oh, this vote is on expanding the adult caution. Was that so? I thought the last one was. Did I just miss a vote there or something? I thought I was watching that live, but I thought they're voting now on the. What was it? Status quo again, or enacting that health-led diversion program, and all of that stuff. Ashley Guerrero, what's happening, Ashley? Says, all I want to say is this is an amazing day for everyone. I've been worried all week, but that first vote was brilliant. Yeah, I have to say, I don't think I was worried about this. I was, I don't know, maybe I was just overly optimistic, but yeah, I was incredibly optimistic coming into this today that this is going to be an amazing day for us, that it's going to be a very positive outcome, and the citizens are going to be in favour of a policy reform. Yeah, I thought they were having a tea and coffee break before. Yeah, I think he told them a while ago to grab a coffee, yeah, didn't he? It was unscheduled. Okay, so Ryan's saying C is on the diversion program. This B is focused on using criminal sanctions as the main tool to deal with drugs. Got this from the CAA website. Are they updating the CAA website live at the moment, Ryan? I haven't been over there watching it this morning, but have they got like the results being updated over there live? Because they didn't show them here on the screen earlier. I know they had them on the screen for the citizens. But it'd be good if I was able to click in somewhere to just kind of bring up the results as they were happening as well. Should really get out my book and take down some notes here on these results as well. John says they're going for a smoke break. I wonder, how many of the citizens of the Assembly have an old talk? You know, there's definitely been one or two who've kind of asked questions and be kind of looking, saying, yeah, you could see that person talking a joint. There's been some others and be like, yeah, I'd be really surprised that that person talked. Dog outside excited for the results. GB is hopefully driving Blazer. Boom. Just looking through these Hotbox comments. End up with Amy says, agreed, Ashley. It's a huge moment in history. We can be proud to be a part of it. Yeah, guys, every person out there now today who, over the last couple of years, who engaged in any way, shape or form in campaigning for drug policy reform, you know, guys, give yourselves a little pat on the back there because, yeah, we are all responsible for what we're seeing unfold here today, the Citizens' Assembly, because the Citizens' Assembly effectively was promised because of the pressure being put on the governments over the last few years. Like, it was the Green Party went into this government. They were in their election manifesto. They had like legalization of cannabis. They had something like the coffee shops. They referenced the Amsterdam style coffee shop model in their election manifesto. Then they actually got down to the nitty-gritty when they were forming the government and coming up with the programme from government, when they made that fucking three-way deal there with the boys. And their they had to take cannabis legalisation off the table, but what they got on the table then was this. This was what got on the table, the Citizens' Assembly on Drug Use. That was promised because of the Green Party folding on their cannabis legalisation promise. It's a pity they folded on that promise. They shouldn't have folded on it, because they had a very good bargaining position, because the government wouldn't have been able to form without the Green Party's support. I would always say it was the wrong move to make back then. They should have fucking held their ground, and if we needed to vote again in another election, it would have been in their favour. They would have got more members, and they would have gained more party members on the government had they stood their ground. People would have fucking gave them more credit for that, I believe. If they said, no, we promised this in our election manifesto, we can't go back on our promises. But anyhow, I digress. Shout out to whoever's over there on Twitch. I see the roving reporter says, who is this poor lonely Twitch user? Who's over there on Twitch? Big love, whoever it is anyway. It's not Grab Your Parachutes anyway. I think Grab Your Parachutes was watching over here on YouTube with us. But yeah, shout out to the lonely Twitch user. Guys, I see Ashlyn as well joining in, possibly there now with meeting Teresa and the guys as well. As great as Cork is, there's one downside, is that most of you are up the other side of the country. You need to come down here to Cork, make Cork better. Hey, good morning, Paula. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you this morning. Casa de Strugas saying here, I remember we did a podcast covering the programme for government back in 2020, Marty, and now here we are. Yeah, 100%. We actually did, didn't we? Was it the programme for government we done that time? And I think it was around... Was that around the time of the Support Unpunished as well? We done something on Support Unpunished. We had Anna Quigley on with us. We had your man from Southwell, Matt Southwell, is it? Can't remember his surname, but the Input guy doing the harm reduction work over in Scotland. Southwell, anyway, is his name. You'll throw it in there. But yeah, that was an excellent conversation we had back then. Yeah. Man, still today, Graham, man, Casa. You know myself and yourself, that was the longest podcast of the Martin's World episodes. We done over 4 hours of a podcast that time. The very first podcast I released was myself and yourself having that conversation above there in the Glen, remember? On the old studio. Up in Waynes. Happy days. Jeez, man, that's over 3 years ago nearly, wasn't it? Christ. Mad. I'd think, like. I know I kind of had a long year break there now over the last couple of months, over the last year, but 3 years ago we started this podcast up. Crazy to think, like, where we're at now since then. Irish, hey, what's happening, Irish? Try being in Kerry. It's the furthest away, practically. Yeah, I feel your pain, actually, Irish. That's true. Even just for some people to try to get, like, using public transport down to Kerry, it can be a bit of a pain in the arse, isn't it? Endo with Amy here saying, I think we should petition to get the Green Party to change their name. They're not worthy of it. Yeah, myself and Casa actually joked about starting up our own party, and it was the Greener Than the Green Party. Greener Than the Green Party. Yeah, that was just a bit of a joke we had, because, yeah, you're dead right. They're not worthy of the name, really, like, you know. I would agree with you. That's right. Yeah, that's actually right, G. Wayne bringing us in the cups of tea midway through the podcast. That was absolutely epic, to be fair. Wish I had that service now. In saying that, before I came out there, I popped on the kettle, so when the stream returns back, I'll jump inside and just quickly pour myself out another cuppa. But yeah, Wayne coming out with a cup of tea that day, that legend. totally unexpected, but really appreciated. All right, let's blaze up a ball. Yeah, the greenest party. The greener party. Yeah, that's true actually, Amy. Send there the greenest party. We've over 60 members here this morning already. Your country needs you guys. Join the greenest party today.
To declare the result from the stage 2 ballot process, I'm going to pass across to Kieran. If I can get your attention, please. Folks, can we... Kieran, thanks.
Okay, the question on stage 2 was to determine if there was a consensus, an overall consensus, for a single model that would apply to all drugs across the board, or whether we should go for a hybrid model that would have potentially different approaches for different types or classes of drugs. The results are as follows. There was 88 votes cast, of which 1 was invalid, having not expressed an opinion for a single option. In favour of the status quo for all drugs, option A, there were 4 votes. Health diversion for all drugs, option B, received 7 votes. Comprehensive health-led for all drugs, option C, received 16. Option D, tolerance for all drugs, received 2 votes. Option E, legalisation and regulation for all drugs, received 7 votes. And option F, hybrid, different approaches for different drugs, received 51 votes.
Okay. And
fucking
we will
epic.
put that up on the screen.
Yes,
just
we'll
in a
display that
moment.
shortly.
It'll go up on the screen. So can I just take us to the next phase? This has given a very clear indication that you, the members, want a distinct approach for different type of drugs, an approach for different type of drugs. Okay,
That's
fair enough.
fucking
That's what
brilliant.
F has demonstrated.
Brilliant.
Not one universal model for all, but a triple model for some and others. So we're going to move into a little bit of a complex piece now, because there's a lot of drugs that we'll ask Carl to display in a minute. There's a lot of types of drugs. I think in our deliberations, there's been, and this is where I am going to test the room rather than going through ballot after ballot after ballot. In our deliberations, there has been a reasonable level of discussion and debate around the issue of cannabis and what approach might be taken to that. You will have the option of those models for whatever drug type we're talking about now. But I will test the room in a moment or two just to see what approach you want to take. Is it just one drug, for example, cannabis, I'm not saying it, or is one drug cocaine or magic mushrooms, and then all others a different approach? Or again, do you want to go through various different ones? So we're going to test the room in a minute for it. First of all, can we just declare the result if it's no on screen? Not yet. No, we will do that. We'll do that in a moment. So that's where we're at now. You'll need to work with me. We'll need to test the room what we're actually going, what drugs we're going to ballot on for an approach. And it might be that we'll have some drugs for individual models, and then the rest will fall into a ballot separately. So just work with us till we test the room where you want to go in terms of the individual ballots on drugs. Do you want to list them, or is it worthwhile? We just go ahead, Carl.
We're just going to put up a list on screen. If our screen shifts, Ryan, would you mind putting up my monitor? So this is the list that we had originally devised. It may be incomplete, it may not be the way people want it listed. But as Paul said, the strongest signal we've had from members throughout the process is that some people in the room believe cannabis should be treated differently, others don't. But let's see whether you want a separate ballot paper on cannabis with a show of hands.
Yeah, let's do it. So that's a list there. So just work with us for a couple of minutes, right? And again, a show of hands. Do you believe we should have a specific ballot on cannabis to determine the model applying for cannabis?
Yeah.
Okay. I think
That's
okay.
sufficient number.
That's sufficient. You're not looking for absolutes, so that's sufficient. Yeah. And again, just bear with me on this one, right? Would you be satisfied that we class everything else, the one model for all the rest of the drugs? Or do you think there's other drugs we should take as well? So, sorry, yeah. So do you feel we should look at other type of drugs first of all? Just put your hands up as well for a different approach.
Yeah, I hope they vote in favour of this too.
Okay. Okay. So first of all, you have clarified we should look at cannabis and have a ballot around it. Okay. So it seems like you feel there are other type of drugs. Are there other type of drugs you feel you would like to determine what model is applied to it?
Yeah, you have to look at them all separately, like.
Yes. Okay. There are. Okay. Of course, Marie.
No. Yeah, it's not an illicit drug. So.
Okay, so you do feel we should take an approach for other types of drugs. Can I just, suggestions from the room, what type of drugs do you think we should give specific attention to?
You'd have to put them into
Sorry,
categories, wouldn't you?
So we have mushrooms.
Stimulants, psychedelics.
Is it worth having a conversation around natural, like plant-based
Plant-based, very
drugs
good.
and synthetic or manufactured drugs? Is that how we would separate them? I don't know.
Sorry, can you just indicate your hands, please? Jack is over here as well. Or no, sorry, apologies.
I guess I would also, I would agree with what that member just said, but I'd also possibly add MDMA or ecstasy as an exceptional drug that I believe deserves maybe a separate ballot.
Go on, kid. Get it in there. I do. I think we should be looking at them all differently. Psychedelics, you have plant-based drugs, stimulants.
We certainly had MDMA, ecstasy, magic mushrooms, I think was indicated. Sorry? Plant-based, synthetic. Sorry, go ahead.
I think this is where we probably need Johanna Ivers to come in with a bit of technical information.
As this is great to see unfolding, like.
Sorry. So what I would suggest, right, is we have a show of hands for who would favour. So there's been several options proposed, right? One is for example, Jack's proposal around MDMA and ecstasy. Should that be treated as a separate ballot question? And a simple show of hands will give us a sense of whether or not the room believes that. And similarly with other drugs, there, so plant-based drugs, but as one member pointed out, Kerry, cocaine is a plant-based drug, and heroin. So using a terminology that's too broad probably confuses the issue, right? So there has been a number of members throughout the course
heroin
of the process
effectively
arguing that drugs like psilocybin,
isolate.
ayahuasca, ibogaine, etc., have a therapeutic value, and there is probably an argument that some members would like to advance that should be included as a separate category. DMT in there as well, yeah, okay.
Barry, sorry, just get your mic, Barry, 1 second.
Oh, we've got some educated people in this group.
Just
I
as a
think.
way of classing these, is there not already a class system for these drugs as in class 1, class 2 and class 3?
Johanna, can you add something to this to help us, please?
Yes.
The trouble is that you're looking at it like classification system. We clearly have a classification system of what drugs fall under what classification from a drug perspective, but there's a bit of blurred conversation going on about the class system as in the legal system. They're two different things. I think that consideration really needs to be given to the members in terms of how they're going to divide drugs up and how they're going to consider the treatment of those. It's not something that should be taken lightly.
It's a pity they didn't have someone like Carol Hart presenting to the citizens, educate them on,
Sorry,
drugs and what
I
they are.
just kind of asked the room, maybe this is unpopular, but what do we want to achieve by if we make it really, really complex? Like if we divide it down so much, are we not just going to dilute our recommendations? We only want to recommend 10 things or 5 or 6 things so that our recommendations are actually uptaken. Is it not going to dilute what we're trying to do if we end up having spectrum of recommendations across all different drugs.
And that's an option for the members. You can take an approach for 1 or 2 or 3 type drugs, and all the rest fall into, another category that we're not dealing with.
I mean, I would suggest, even though there's been suggestions for specific drugs or classes of drugs made here, it needs to have an endorsement from a significant number in the room for it to become a ballot question. So if there is a number of people speaking up in favour of including certain drugs, we need to gauge the temperature of the room and the willingness of the room to treat those separately, because there is an argument made that we can get too finite and too specific. And then there's another argument that we need to do that. So the members, are the best placed people to determine that. And so...
Yeah, no, I think Carl's right. It'd be very complex to go through every kind of drug and make a recommendation on every kind of drug. We are trying to specify, or there's some that we do believe, and we will have to test a room rather than go for a ballot on it.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Start with
so I'm going to start. Sorry, Johanna, was it coming back in again?
I suppose just to crystallise what I was trying to say is that they really need to decide whether they're basing their classification system on the harms of drugs or the legal classification. So whether or not it's legal or not, and just a change to that, or if you're looking at whether a drug is harmful or to a person or the people around them or to society, that's a whole other argument that needs consideration.
I'm going to test just where the room is willing to go and not willing to go. Okay? So we've had cannabis. I've just tested the room. I'll do it again. Hands up if you're in favour of getting cannabis to a ballot about what type of approach applies to that.
I'll do it
drug.
again. Once was enough.
Okay, simple. That's fine. That's clear.
Outstanding result.
MDMA, ecstasy. Hands up if you want a particular vote on that.
Oh, your man's got it. I see him there who put that suggestion.
It's not a sufficient number in the room,
He's
believe,
got
in
it.
treating that separately, differently. It's
Fair play for your
quite a
recommendation,
minority.
kid.
Okay.
Fair play, honestly. Well done.
Magic mushrooms was listed. Okay. There's a reasonable number in the room believe that's one that should be tested. Okay?
Good.
So far, cannabis and magic mushrooms. The room believes there should be a vote on
Man's
those,
keeping
right?
his hand up, but he wants to be
Is there
known.
Any other
Support
one
this
that,
shit. Go on,
that I've
kid.
left out?
Love it.
Any other type drug? Sorry? No? Sorry?
DMT. Thanks.
I think the classification you have there at the bottom, I think it encapsulates a number of substances that are very closely aligned in terms of their therapeutic value. So mushrooms, ayahuasca, I think it should all be the one vote.
Yeah, sorry, I'd agree with him. It seems like a lot of people are for cannabis and most hallucinogenics.
Where's that coming from? Right. Oh, William.
Sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah, it seems like most people are for going for cannabis and most hallucinogenics, not just psilocybin, like DMT and
So
ayahuasca.
that bottom line, rather than just mushrooms, we go for the entire spectrum of, or the entire range of drugs on here. DMT, psilocybin.
Okay, so it's those listed together. Is that the question, Barry? Yeah. Okay, so cannabis plus those. That's so far what we've determined a ballot goes forward from. For you to determine what model approach. Okay.
Ecstasy's ruled out. And,
Ecstasy and MDA is ruled
yeah,
out.
do you want to
Sorry,
go
Jackie, do you want one more question?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if this should receive its own independent ballot, but I do feel like synthetic opiates and other synthetic drugs should be kind of given their own specific categories because they are completely divorced from the others. Obviously, they're a much more modern phenomena, and I believe they should be treated as somewhat separate to the others. At least to the other, I guess, more conventional opiates and stimulants.
Can I test that? Can I test that in the room? If the room,
you might want to bring in Brian Galvin speaking stimulants.
yeah. Can I test that in the room as well, please? If there's a, you'll have to clarify. because the room has indicated they want a specific model for some kinds of drugs. We're trying to determine.
On what basis are we then going to?
On the basis of the last vote, the room
No,
has
but
determined.
on the basis of what the law should be around.
Yeah, good point. On the basis of what model should apply from those models A down to E.
What
that we spoke
legislative
of.
approach, yeah.
What legislation approach should be applied? So, I have two. I know Jack's question there, which I'm sorry.
Synthetic opioids, is it?
Synthetic opioids. Is there a majority? Sorry, can I test the room? How do people believe we should put that on the ballot? In terms of, sorry. I know. I'm just trying to get this vote first. Yeah. Can you just test the room first on this one?
Fentanyl and other synthetic opioids.
Sorry. Okay, Brian, maybe somebody. Would you be able to?
Brian or Johanna.
Brian or Johanna, just to clarify, synthetic opioids.
Okay, yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
Can you stand up, Brian? Please?
Hiya.
Just stand up, Brian, just so everybody can see it clearly. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I think the point was well made that there are a huge number of new drugs that come into that list. I think 800 different drugs that the EMCDDA are looking at. And it's not just opioids, it's cannabinoids and cathinones. They are a very different category, and some are legal at the moment, and some are not. It's a very complex area. How you integrate it into the current list, I'm not sure. It's a tricky one, but we do have to consider it. Try and think of years' time, or 3 years' time, when there are going to be a lot more of these drugs available. And things like ketamine, I don't see it on that list either. It's, we didn't even, I think it didn't appear 3 or 4 years ago, and now it's quite common. The list is, it can't be comprehensive. But I would classify all the new drugs, I think, together. Okay, don't take out synthetic opioids from the cannabinoid drugs or cathinones. That's my.
And Brian, would those be termed new psychoactive
new
substances?
New psychoactive substances, yeah,
okay.
Exactly. And there are, I think, nearly 1,000 in circulation at the moment and growing all the time. So we do have to think about this.
Okay, again, and come back, Jack made a point. Do people believe, based on some clarification given by Brian, that they would like that tested on a ballot? Can you show your hands if you think you would like that tested on a ballot? Okay, that doesn't stand. Sorry, I just need to call in the mics. I need to call in the mics. There's a few people, so go ahead. Just indicate your hand and we call it.
Yeah, so when we say cannabis, is that going to be irrespective of the strength of cannabis, the strain of cannabis, what the cannabis is mixed with? Because when we say cannabis, that's quite a large umbrella group, but that also has different strengths, different strains, different THC. And we heard, I believe, from a number of speakers about the impact, effects, and dangers of cannabis. So if we're going to get into this level of differentiating between good drugs and bad drugs in terms of the illegality, are we going to do that with cannabis as well?
But the room has determined in the last ballot that the room wants to get into this detailed and different approach, yeah. So, yeah.
Here. So are we going to get into that same level of detail when we talk about cannabis? Because we can't just pretend that cannabis is all one thing and get into the level of detail we're now getting with other drugs.
Yeah. Well, I think part of the answer there is we've effectively at the last meeting agreed that the strategy this Assembly would take in making its recommendations is to give high-level strategic sense of direction to the Oireachtas, but to let the Oireachtas and the legislator and the government figure out the specific mechanisms around regulating cannabis, if that is to be a recommendation. But it may not be the recommendation. We have to still get into voting stage 3 and allow the room to decide which approach. So while the room here, for example, may have agreed significantly that there's a different approach needed to cannabis, some people in the room may see that approach as being the status quo. Others may feel it needs, a completely different recommendation. So there's no clarity yet until we get to vote on it what the room views is the appropriate way to deal with cannabis. So we have to wait and see how that pans out.
Okay, so far we have two listed that we will put the ballot, and look, we can come back, but so far we have these two lists that you want to test in terms of an approach. What models, going back to the models, apply to these two drugs?
And just to say, the third option, which will be on the ballot paper, is all other drugs. So once you have gotten through the list of specific drugs, which is cannabis, and then this group of hallucinogenic drugs, then the other option, unless the room agrees, is a third or fourth set of drugs. Everything else folds in under all other drugs.
Okay, two more. I'm going to go to table number 1 first, table 13, and then I'll try to come back to Jack.
I'd just like to recommend, for the purposes of thoroughness and completeness, and given its prevalence in society, I think we should test the room on cocaine as well.
Okay. Can I have a level of understanding in the room that we will test cocaine? Again, you're not declaring a vote for it at this stage, but you're declaring it's worth putting on the ballot for testing. Can you have a show of hands if you feel let's test cocaine in terms of the next stage of the process? Show of hands if you feel we should. It's a reasonable number. It's not a majority, but I think so. If you feel just so unclear that's important, I think there's a reasonable number within the room feel we should at least test it. That's not your vote in favour or against. You're just putting it down for test. Okay, so we will. Table 13. No, okay. Jack, do you want one more, please? You just put your table numbers up, please, so I can see.
I just wanted to, well, I think I have two things I would wish to say. I guess the first is if like a drug receives its own separate ballot, which I believe is going to be happening to cannabis and the other hallucinogenic substances.
And cocaine at this stage, yeah.
And cocaine. What exactly would that entail? And I'm guessing there would be some differences considering that that's a wide variety of different substances. And I guess I also wanted to say there have been like some members who have expressed, in my opinion, a very reasonable concern that a possibly more convoluted and complex approach, which kind of gives either preferential or different treatment to other drugs, could come across as too convoluted and it just wouldn't be effective. But I believe that there are certain drugs that just legitimately deserve their own sort of circumstances and their own sort of, they need different, they deserve different criteria, because this issue is just so complex. I kind of feel that sort of going into umbrellas, specifically with like synthetic drugs and just more conventional drugs, I just kind of feel that it just doesn't work, and it's just, in my opinion, almost naive.
Okay, Jack, can I think, Aveline, table 1, did you want to make a comment? Table 1?
It might relate to more so to the last ballot, but in my opinion, we're either choosing to be tolerant or we're not. We're either choosing to destigmatise or we're not. And by choosing drug by drug by drug, surely that just means that that's our society associated glamour with certain drugs or acceptance of certain drugs, that we're allowing that to continue, and therefore we're not totally destigmatising, or we're just being tolerant for certain drugs versus other drugs if we vote for this drug by drug model.
Yeah, and it would mean. And it would mean, a result of a ballot would mean you have a certain tolerance for certain type drugs. That's what it would mean. But we have tested in the previous ballot, and people have moved. Yeah. Okay, so there are 3 I have listed. And look, we can test the process with these 3. We will draft a ballot paper based on these 3 for now. Just test this. We'll go back. We'll test the ballot on this process here. You will be asked in the ballot process to set out your preferred model for each of these 3 drugs.
Yeah. And if I could take a moment to show you the ballot paper. Pardon?
Can we re-vote on the last ballot, or is it done?
No,
Because
Yeah.
There's a lot of people are talking.
The ballot papers, by voting on individual drugs, you can still end up with the same recommendation, even though we've said on the last ballot we don't want the same rule for all drugs.
No, just the last ballot since then.
Which was that one?
Just the last one we just did there.
Oh.
There's been a lot of talk there. I think it would be a different outcome if we re-voted on it.
I'm not following you.
And we re-vote on the last vote that we just did. 2.2, is it?
Sorry, can I test the room? Does everybody want to? No, I don't. Colin, we can't. The room is determined which way they want to move next. DL 12.
Sorry, can I just...
Sorry, no, yeah, I'm going to have to respect the chair. I have to call different people at different times. Please, table 12.
Yeah, I just vaguely want to challenge what you were saying about destigmatisation. So one could technically have voted F for the last, which a lot of us did, the majority did, and anticipate that in this conversation, say, some drugs, cannabis would go to D, so it would still be destigmatized. Or sorry, cannabis would go to E, so it could potentially be legalized and totally destigmatized, and then the rest would go to D. So we're still saying decriminalization, destigmatization. It's just different approaches for specific ones, whether we want them regulated, taxed by whatever, have a revenue stream from the government, all of that stuff. So I think we're getting a bit muddled in that if we're choosing them here on a Word doc, that it means that some aren't good enough and some are okay. I think we can pull back a little bit and say that we can still decide that down the road.
And you can in this process, Adele, I think. So could you just pass the call just to what the ballot paper would look like?
So just to give you a sense of what the ballot paper would look like, for each of the classes of drugs agreed there would be a simple question, which is to ask you, in relation to cannabis, rank your preferred options in order of preference from 1 to 5. So each box gets, well, you can put in rank order preference. Your first preference for cannabis would be either the status quo or a health diversion approach, comprehensive health-led approach, tolerance, or legalization regulation. You put in 1 to 5 of your first preference, second and third. You don't have to go all the way down to 5. If there's only 3 options yet you'd actually contemplate and support, put in just 3 options, 1, 2 and 3. Similarly then, you get to the next question, which is, which will be plant-based medicines or hallucinogenics. And again, you'll be asked to identify your preferred approach. And finally, you'll get to the question of all other drugs. And again, you can distinguish, if you've agreed with a universal approach to all drugs, you can put the same X in the same box for all these different options. If you want to distinguish between how to treat cannabis versus all other drugs, then you indicate that through your rank preference 1 to 5.
I might just ask Kieran just to add to what Cathal said just in time. Why would we go on 1 to 5? Just.
Yeah, this makes it a bit more nuanced in the voting. The previous ones, we were just trying to determine whether there was an overall majority in the room for a specific course of action. For example, an overall majority in favour of treating all drugs the same. On this particular one, we want to now come up with, we've said we're not going to treat all drugs the same. We're going to group them into whatever classes. So let's just, for simplicity, say we decided cannabis treat separately and everything else gets lumped together. I know we have a few other ones separate. The question then is, what do we want to recommend for cannabis? We've got to recommend one of tolerance or legalization or health-led or whatever the options are. And the way we do that is exactly the same way you would vote at a national election if you were electing the president. It's like a Dáil election with a single seat or a by-election. What you've got is, if any one of those options gets a majority, if it gets 51% of the vote, it automatically wins. That's the option. The chances are, because we've got 5 options, that they'll all get different levels, and it's quite possible no single option will get 51% of the vote. If that happens, what we do is we eliminate the one that scores least. So we sort them all by the first preferences. None gets a clear majority. We take all the votes all the ballot papers that, let's say, voted for the status quo, divide them up based on their second preference and add those to the first preferences for the other 4 options. And again, if somebody at that stage has a majority, has 51%, that's the recommended approach for that particular drug. If not, we continue, we eliminate the next lowest, and the next lowest if necessary. We can only go 2 or 3 steps before we run out and we end up with a single option anyway. But that is the way that all of the national elections are carried out here in the country. It's considered by the Irish state to be the gold standard for getting a consensus opinion from a population when there are multiple choices, like there are here. And that will give us, it won't give us everybody's favourite option, because you can't get everybody's favourite option, but it will give us the best consensus across the group for the approach for cannabis in this case. We'll then do exactly the same for whatever we had MDMA or magic mushrooms, and we will do exactly the same at the end for everything else that we haven't specifically picked out. You may well end up at the end of the day with the status quo for everything, or option C for everything. Even though we said initially we didn't want the same thing for everything, we might, when it comes down to the vote, potentially end up with the same option, but at least we've then analysed them individually and said, yeah, for cannabis, this is the approach we want. For everything else, this is the approach. So it doesn't exclude anything that we've already voted for. You can still vote for the status quo. You can still vote the same for all drugs.
Okay.
And we'll end up with a consensus then.
And can I just clarify, when people are balloting, they have an option going 1 to 5. You don't have to go 1 to 5.
You don't have to go to
express
5.
your
You
preference.
can just put a number 1 if you want.
Yeah.
You can go all the way down the ballot paper 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Like any election.
If you only put a number 1 on the ballot paper and you're in one of the groups that's eliminated at some stage, then your vote is literally put aside and doesn't carry on. So if you have a second preference, put your second preference on, and if you have a third, put your third on, because it means that your vote carries forward to the next round and counts to some extent. So if you don't get your preferred option, you may get your second best, if that makes sense.
And we'll have different coloured ballot papers for each.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to just clarify that? Just 1 second.
So what we're now proposing to do is print off ballot papers for each of the 4 options that are at the top of the list here. So a ballot paper on cannabis, another one on hallucinogenic drugs, a third on cocaine, and a fourth on all other illicit drugs. Each ballot paper will have a different colour, and you can vote on all 4 ballot papers at the same time, which will speed up the process. We'll then get you to cast your votes into the ballot box, and we'll go behind the scenes to count the results, which is going to take some time. We'll count those results over dinner time, or over lunchtime rather, because it's going to be a time-consuming process.
2 last things. Noel first, and then Mary, please.
Just a small but important point on the DMT, psilocybin, mushrooms, ayahuasca, ibogaine. All of these are very therapeutic substances and are often described as plant medicine. So I think it's a bit misleading to put in the word hallucinogenic, and I'd ask that to be taken away. There's a negative connotation to that, and we don't attach it to cannabis or cocaine.
Okay, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Rebecca, I will come to you. Mary, did you want to come in?
Oh yeah, hi. I suppose it's just related to the last question there. I'm a little concerned with the term medicine being used here, because a medicine has a very specific definition. It has to go through regulatory approval. It has to go through randomized controlled trials. You can't just throw the term medicine around. And I know the terms of reference of this Citizens' Assembly excluded these medicinal uses of drugs, and I think just to put it in at this stage, we have very much taken a view of drugs as a whole category, and now suddenly they're being parsed out. There haven't been any presentations specifically about these substances, apart from there's been some on cannabis. But I just very concerned about the use of the term medicine here, okay. And if you don't vote on medicines,
okay, we're not.
That's up to
medicine isn't on the ballot paper. Yeah. Won't be on the ballot paper. Okay, sorry, Rebecca, can I please?
Just on the ballot, if you could go back to that slide, please, Cathal, I just wanted to seek a little bit of clarification around the word. So D, tolerance, I don't believe it's comprehensive enough. What I'd like to see, if we're going to be true to D, would be to the mentioning of the words combining decriminalisation and depenalisation for possession. Tolerance to me indicates that there's more of what was the word I used? Discretionary approach. So I think, if we could just maybe use that terminology.
Okay.
Okay, all I would say though then is not to confuse matters. There's also elements within Model C that would need to be spelled out, including diversion, decriminalisation and dissuasion. So there is, when you get into the options C and D, there's quite a lot of complexity and nuance. This is just a summary way to try and capture it as soon as what lies behind it.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted that to be made aware and publicly noted, okay?
Thanks, Rebecca.
Can I just also add to that, if you're going to say possession, it's either possession for personal use or possession for sale and supply, which are two very different things as well.
Yeah. And as I said, we hope that the explanatory narratives that you have, each of you in front of your table, explains exactly what we mean. So we're talking about possession for personal use. And as I said, there's elements of decriminalisation, both in option C and option D. Just one comes with health diversion, the other doesn't.
Okay. Just going to test the room. Can you just show me your hands up in the air? You're ready to proceed with those 4 ballot papers for now? Okay. I'm going to ask the team to circulate the ballot papers and we'll proceed to the ballot on those 4. Yeah. Okay.
So it'll just take us a few minutes to get the ballot papers printed and we'll get those onto your tables. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, thanks, Anne.
Thanks. So it's 4 separate ballot papers.
Yeah.
They just need to, same one for cannabis.
Yeah.
So it seems like there was kind of a lot of confusion there as to what was going on and all that. But I think I'm rather happy with what they've kind of come to the end on. There was like 4 different kind of votes they're going to have. They're going to look at cannabis specifically. They're going to talk about hallucinogens. They're going to talk about cocaine, and they're going to talk about all other drugs. I mean, that's not a bad way of doing it. I'm rather happy with that. I'm kind of happy that they've isolated cannabis. I'm really happy that they've isolated hallucinogens together, and there was allusion there. They alluded to the fact that a lot of these hallucinogens have been used therapeutically, and there's lots of studies ongoing and stuff. So there were some very educated members there speaking. Throughout that, it was very evident that these members kind of knew what they were speaking of, which was great to see. I'm delighted that these people were chosen. Absolutely delighted. I hope we get to catch up with them afterwards. But yeah, to see hallucinogens in there, and I'm rather happy to see cocaine in there as well. I'm not a cocaine user myself, but I'm happy that they've put that in there because I know G was talking about it there earlier, Casa de Strugas, like drinking coca leaf tea. Like I'm very much of the opinion that like coca leaves in a more natural form could be utilised, much like I'm having my second cup of coffee here, which is unusual, but much similar to coffee is used for its stimulant properties. Could probably use the same for coca leaf. Because you don't even, you can drink it in a tea, which is a very light way of consuming it, because the alkaloids, I believe they need to be activated, they need to be removed with, I believe it's a base or some sort. There's a bit of a process there really to release the alkaloids into their more pure form anyway, but using it in the leaf, it's like what would you say, cocaine light. It's the coca leaf, but they've said cocaine, which is interesting. They were talking there as well about heroin being like a natural, a plant-based drug, and it's plant-based, but isn't heroin an isolate? Wouldn't you talk about that in an isolate then? Like if you're really to be talking about heroin, shouldn't you be talking about opium? And I would rather make the same argument then for cocaine. You should be really talking about coca leaf. That we should talk about coca leaf separately and then talk about the isolates of that. But you could be there all fucking day. I think it's important, to just talk about what they've done. Hallucinogens, cocaine, all other drugs, and cannabis. Great. Look forward to seeing how these votes go. And it's just it's funny to see Mary there kind of panicking, jumping on. Shouldn't be talking about these as medicines. Medicines need to go through a process. Yeah, lady, these things have been used for thousands of years as medicines. Your process has only actually been around for the last, 50 fucking years? Come on, get off the stage, lady, with your moral panic. Oh, think of the children. Yeah, Ashton, they're talking about like cocaine as processed. Yeah, cocaine is an isolate as well. It's an alkaloid extracted from the coca leaf. Like, I think we should have been talking about plant-based drugs in the various categories, but look, I think what they've done there with the 4 is good. They open up the floor for conversation afterwards, you know. Keep conversing there again. My daddy's looking for me again. Sorry about that there, guys. A quick phone call. Oh, my dad looking to come down and pick up his grandkids. Yeah, sorry about that there, Amy. Yeah, I was muted just for a sec taking that. Jesse saying the sun is breaking through here. Time for a talk on the balcony. Nice. Yeah, I see some blue skies outside. Some clouds there as well. But yeah, the sun is just coming out from behind the clouds now. I know I'm blinded looking at the screen again. B. Mooney saying here at Ashley, even America refuses to acknowledge its medicinal uses currently as Schedule 1. Yeah, it's true, Schedule 1. No medicinal qualities and high potential for abuse. That's pretty much a definition of Schedule 1 in the US. So it's a bit of a joke, yeah, for it to be still there. Ashton saying the CRA, the Cannabis Risk Alliance, warned the medical industry against seeing cannabis as a medicine at all. I can get you the citation. Yeah, they do. They refer to that as being, a Trojan horse. There's no real truth there to medical value, despite the fact patients are actually living a much higher quality of life as a result of their use of cannabis, End up with Amy being one. She's got a medical fucking prescription for it here. Like, how can it not be a medicine if people have prescriptions for it already? If we've already got authorized medicines, CG saying people mash the like button. Mash, mash, mash. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Amy was panicking. She was like, what's going on? My phone broken. Who done that one day to us? They were like, Martin, I can't hear you. And everybody else could hear me. And I was checking my mic and everything. I was like, what's going on? And it's like, oh yeah, I forgot to turn up my phone. It wasn't John anyway, guys. But I know you're all thinking it was Mr. Finnegan. Oh, it wasn't. Poor John, guys. Jesus, terrible we ought to be thinking that of him. Is it a whole different process to get cannabis seen as a medicine? Well, yeah and no. Like you kind of have herbal medicines already that are there. You have herbalists who work with people with herbal medicines. So you've all sorts of things that are included in there that are seen as herbal medicines. Now, when you say medicine, then like we're kind of going into a bit of a nitty gritty area, because the term medicine now has been kind of, I suppose, co-opted over the years, like to being like what they're talking about, approved through like those fucking clinical trials, you know, the phase 1, 2, 3 and 4 trials, which cost like hundreds of millions, if not into the billions of euros, dollars, to be running, you know, because that's what medicine technically is. That's what Mary was talking about there. But effectively, like, these things have been medicine long before that term medicine came into existence as it is today, you know. Interestingly enough about cannabis, and I've talked about this in the past, is it's probably one of the very few plant medicines that was removed from the herbal pharmacopoeias of the US and Britain. The British had their own herbal pharmacopoeia, and the US have a herbal pharmacopoeia. And both of those, around the same time, I think the US done it first, and I think in 1942, then it was the British followed and removed cannabis out of the herbal pharmacopoeias, thus removing the information there needed for people to grow, because in a herbal pharmacopoeia, there's information in it on how to grow a plant, when to harvest the plant, how to process the plant, and all of this stuff to use it as a medicine. And they done that to cannabis during the war on cannabis. They removed it from the herbal pharmacopoeias. And yeah, as Lehman is pointing out here as well, Sir William Brooke O'Shaughnessy, an Irish doctor, apparently a Limerick man, it was him who brought cannabis back to Western society, I suppose, back in the 1800s, and had it find its way into the herbal pharmacopoeias. And at the time, they proclaimed it to be a miracle anticonvulsant, a cure for childhood convulsions, I believe is somewhat paraphrasing that quote there. But, you know, they've long known that it was a medicine. So, yeah. Ashley Guerrero says, aren't the FDA about to change from Schedule 1 to 3 though, as the HHS has made the recommendations to change it? Yeah, the Home Health Secretary or something like that, isn't it? Whatever that HHS is. Anyway, it's yeah, there was a recommendation there made to change it from 1 to 3. But in reality, what needs to happen to cannabis? It needs to be descheduled. Not rescheduled. It needs to be descheduled. Cannabis needs to be removed from scheduling, because it's not like other drugs. If they want, put THC in a schedule. Put THC in a Schedule 3 if they want, you know, in an isolated format. So I'm talking about products like Marinol, you know. Yeah, you can put that in a schedule if you want. But when it comes to like cannabis in its natural form, and even in its concentrated extracts, like I'm not talking about isolates, I'm talking about concentrated full spectrum extracts. Like, these need to be descheduled, completely removed from those scheduling, because it doesn't really fit there. Like, if you're to have cannabis there, then you should probably have like fucking the coffee plant. You should probably have, you know, any other plant out there that's kind of got a drug based with, like, you know. But no. Like, I don't even think tobacco is scheduled. Yeah, exactly. Just saying it. And Lehman actually hit the comment in there. Look, such as tobacco and booze, not scheduled. Yeah. Like, guys, here's one for you, right? We were kind of picking on alcohol a little bit while ago on the COVID and it being made an essential service. But do you know in Ireland, right? It's actually in legislation that you, as a parent of your child, can allow your child to drink alcohol in the home so long as they're supervised by you. So that's actually in the legislation, like that. You as an individual have the right to allow your child to consume alcohol in the home as long as they're under your supervision. Get that one through your head. Like, that's mad. Absolutely insane. And why that is because basically it's like, it's your child. You should have a right, you know, in a sense, there should be limitations there, obviously, I suppose, but like that's kind of what they're acknowledging. Like, yeah, you're a parent, you should know what's best for your child. If you want to let your child have a glass of wine or have a pint there, or, you know, an old shandy, you know, as being a moderate, controlled introduction to alcohol, then why shouldn't you be able to? I kind of agree with it, but it's mad that that's the case, like here in Ireland, and then yet still we treat, you know, people who use cannabis as fucking criminals. Lock them up. Having a black coffee there now. The earlier one was a bit of a bulletproof, you know, the coconut oil cream. I switched to butter for cream recently, but I got this black coffee, and what I'm kind of going into it is that this coffee was like, it's from a special bean that's got a certain taste. It's kind of got it's pomegranate and mango in there, like it's got that kind of a taste. And there's been nothing added to the coffee bean. It's just basically natural flavonoids and compounds there within it. But it's just reminds me so much of kind of cannabis, like coffee and cannabis. Like, as I never really appreciated black coffee until kind of I've had these different ones now from special grown beans, selected beans, like strains of coffee. But yeah, it's just really interesting, the flavors that are there within coffee, and boy, does it get complemented really well with some cannabis. Yummy. Irish Canna Clinic says, looking for a few follows for the Irish Canna Clinic over on the Free Spacking platform. What's that? Free Speaking? Oh, Rumble. I see the link there. Platform. Need 20 followers to customize channel if you don't mind. And there's a link there for Irish Canna Clinic's Rumble channel.
4 ballot papers. Different colours, so just make sure everybody will explain it when they come out, but just make sure you individually get 4 separate ballot papers. Just bear with us, to be with you in 2 minutes.
The excitement. Oh, God. So what's going on? Oh, they're still getting themselves together. So now I believe I don't know if they've already voted. Are we about to get the results now of this most recent of questions? Which there was 4 of them, you know, status quo, health led, diversion, all of that stuff. Here we go. We're going to offer this on up to the higher powers out there in the universe that they be on our side here with these votes. Little sacrificial offering. Because if you got some herbs out there that you want to offer up to the higher powers, now is the time to do it, guys. Join with me in prayer. The gurgling of the bong is, you know, the hymn for the universe.
We good to go on? Okay, the ballot papers are in the process of being distributed to you now. Again, 4 ballot papers for each person.
Also, they're only distributing them. Oh, yummy, that orange sherbet. So they're just distributing the ballots now on the 4 questions, on the 4 ballots, like the hallucinogens, cannabis, cocaine, and all other drugs.
Okay, your facilitator will shortly be distributing ballot papers now for everybody.
Yeah, I think the coloured
Could I have
ballot
Marcus
papers.
and Jesse up to the top just for a moment again, please? I just want to verify that the boxes are empty.
I think the colours are just representing
Marcus, when
the
you're ready,
different questions.
please, for a second.
Yeah, spot on, Andy, there as well. Yeah, I think coffee is a great way to kind of explain to people as to the different varieties of cannabis. But even then, I think a lot of people who consume coffee just probably are instant coffee drinkers. You know, man, that nasty shit. Like you see what I got here, man? I got a nice French press. I grind up my beans freshly before they go into this thing. Like, I keep my beans in a mason jar, as well as other herbs and other mason jars. Yes. But yeah. And wine too, I suppose. I think wine more than coffee. I think people who drink wine tend to probably appreciate the flavour a bit more than people who drink coffee. Literally just like get it. Empty, and they've now sealed them. So the ballot papers have been distributed now to the members of the Assembly. I believe they're probably already voting now. They're in the process of marking their papers. And I see some people look already eager to get up and put their vote in the box. Yeah, go on. There we go, the first two. Go on. Yes. History in the making. Guys, I hope you've done us proud here. I hope these are not spoiled votes, and I hope they're in favour of some of the better options there, which is against the status quo.
All right, we don't have to vote just yet. 1 second. Sorry, apologies. Do you want to clarify? Anybody?
Oh shit, sorry guys, did I go down? What happened? Apologies. I should keep the live open in front of me on my own screen here so I can see too.
If we don't need to clarify, it's okay. Yeah. So again, just please make sure you vote on the colour pages only, not a white paper. The vote is open. You should have 4. One question, sorry. Can you come back? Just at the back. Can we have a mic just at the
You
back?
should be using hem paper for votes. Yes, love it.
Yes, Elaine has it. Elaine has it.
Unbleached hem paper. Organically
Sorry, we
grown
just
in
have a question.
Ireland.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a consensus from our table that with regard to certain drugs, people are between option C and D in that they want an option for depenalisation and decriminalisation of drugs, but also the option to avail of a health-led approach. So essentially option D, but with a health-led approach, because I don't think option C is explicit enough in that, you know, drugs remain illegal and this would minimise or potentially completely remove the possibility of criminal conviction. So if there's consensus in the room that a health-led approach is the ideal route, then what is the validity of having option D as a non-health-led approach? Could it be amalgamating that D becomes depenalisation, decriminalisation plus a health-led approach?
So maybe I can clarify that, right? So there are distinct differences between option C and option D. Both of them include decriminalisation. So of drugs, possession of drugs for personal use. The difference is option C includes what I would call proactive health referral or health diversion. So for people found in possession of drugs for personal use, they will be referred to a health-led intervention, whereas that doesn't exist in option D. Option D doesn't include health diversion, and that's the distinction. So option C, if you like, is what the Portuguese model does. It refers people found in personal possession for a health-led intervention. Option D is, we describe it as a tolerance model that doesn't have any significant implications other than the drugs found are confiscated, and that's the end of the story. So
Yeah.
they're very distinct. Both of them include decriminalisation, but there's an inclusion of health diversion or health referral in model C or option C. There's not in option D.
I think just reading it is not conclusive or explicit enough for me in that the drugs remain illegal and this would minimise or potentially, it's the word potential I guess, potentially completely remove the possibility of criminal conviction.
Yeah.
So one could still receive a criminal record. What's the determination?
So that is a matter that is fraught with all sorts of constitutional and legal complexities, and this is why in option C and in option D, the decisions on the detail are referred back to the Oireachtas and for them to work out the balance between, you know, whether or not it's complete depenalisation, complete decriminalisation, or something somewhat less than that. That's a set of detailed legal questions that we don't have the capacity to answer here. So we have to simply indicate the high-level strategic direction we want. And the distinction between C and D is one includes referral to the health-led interventions, the other doesn't. And those are two very distinct choices. As I said,
They're distinct on the health-led, but I don't think they're distinct on the potential for criminal conviction.
Where's the mic at the minute? I've just lost track. Still, yeah, okay, go ahead. I'll just finish table 14 first, then table 12.
No, just to say again, I think they're distinct in terms of health-led or not, but I don't think they're distinct in terms of, or clear in terms of potential for criminal conviction.
Yeah, because there is ongoing legal uncertainty about the extent to which you can totally remove the criminal conviction possibility, or whether it has to remain. So in other words, there's a distinction between de jure and de facto decriminalisation, and it isn't within our grasp as an assembly to figure out the legalities, what's possible or not. So the answer is that one way or another, whether it's de jure or whether it's de facto, option C and option D both will result in decriminalisation. The extent of that has to be determined by the Oireachtas.
And just as I take more questions, which I can, I know there's a lot of people ready to, but the ballot is open, but I know people still want clarity. 12.
It's really following on from the previous comment, because I agree 100% in terms of, again, my preferred outcome is a mix of those two, but should the outcome of this poll not just be presented as it is in terms of like a graph of the preferences of the Citizens' Assembly as opposed to PR down to the final remaining option, because it would give a better view of what the Citizens' Assembly are choosing.
Kieran, you might have heard all of that, but it was... Thanks, sorry, I'll just check with Kieran here before we...
Paul's mic seemed to have cut off there.
I'm going to ask Kieran to answer that question there, please.
There we go.
Sorry, I didn't catch all of that, but it's been explained to me here. Just to point out, the voting process we're doing is single transferable vote. It's not actually PR when you're only coming up with a single result at the end. But we will be presenting a chart after the vote for each of the ballot papers, showing you exactly the way the voting went, how many people voted for first preference for option 1, 2, or A, B, C, D, and E, and then at each stage, which options, if any, were eliminated and how those votes transferred to each of the remaining options. So there will be a clear picture of exactly how the count went at each stage following the counting.
Yeah, hi, homegrown. Mackie, you're just asking there what they're voting on. It's just drug policy related stuff here today. So they're going to be exploring Ireland's drug policy, and it looks like they're taking...
Sorry, one other question that just came up there. If you've made a mistake on your ballot paper, it is perfectly legitimate to cross out the mistake as long as it's clearly crossed out, and just write your proper preference on the page. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the little square box. It can be just to the side of it, as long as it's clear which option your preference is for.
Okay, you can take your time, but the ballot is open.
But for Mackie and anybody else who might have missed it, yeah, this is just drug policy, and what they're voting on at the moment now, they've broken drugs into 4 categories: cannabis, cocaine separately, hallucinogens as a separate category, and all other drugs then as a final category. So there's 4 categories there, and then they're going to be voting on, I believe there's like 5 different options there. One of them being the status quo, and everything else then moving away from the status quo, either being options for decriminalisation, various forms of decrim, and legalisation and regulation as options there within it as well. You know,
we just have somebody outside who's just due to cast a ballot, so we just let them a chance to come back in.
So they're waiting on somebody who took a toilet break at the wrong time. Or else one of the smokers in the room just couldn't wait. I know, for a smoke, lads.
Okay. Okay, can I just check if anybody still needs to post their ballot? I'm going to close the ballot in just a moment.
Yeah, Mackie, you don't. This is real democracy right here. This is a representative sample of
I can
Ireland's
invite
citizens.
anybody who hasn't voted yet, please.
And we're going to get a good idea of what a representative sample of Irish society thinks we should be doing with drugs. It's fucking great, man, honestly. The first 2 votes already have been outstanding. The first vote just over 85% against the status, keeping the status quo in place. Excellent. It really gives a good indication as to what the appetite in the room is for. And if people have been paying attention over the last couple of months as the assembly was going on, like there was some outstanding presentations
Hey,
given
I'm just checking now.
by people from like those, what do they call them, Category 31 things or something like that. Those voluntary kind of groups.
One member, his ballot is still there, but here's Kieran. Kieran, we're just about, go ahead, take.
Groups like Ishka, even some of the guys from the drug
Take your
treatment
time, hurry up.
centres made amazing contributions. But it was outstanding. The citizens really received those people very well, because their presentations were authentic. You get the guards up there, they're reading from a piece of paper. It wasn't authentic at all. Do you know what I mean? It was just pure fucking robot, like. And then you get the people up there telling real stories, real life, sharing that, and that was just so well received. And that's why we're seeing this shit there today, this morning. People want change.
So what will I say here? We're going to take.
So right now, Mackie, they're voting on whether we should keep in place a status quo for cannabis, for cocaine, for hallucinogens, or for all other drugs. And then the other options there for that as well. There's 5 options there, I believe, as you can see on this pad of paper now on screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those other options then are kind of for decriminalisation, for health diversion, and for legalisation and regulation, I believe. So yeah, they get the vote now on the preference of model for each category. So they could vote for outright legalisation for cannabis, and they could vote for decriminalisation of cocaine. They could go for lead for all other drugs. Hallucinogens, fingers crossed for legalisation there as well. I see some 1s and 2s there as well. They weren't in the status
pressure,
quo.
Kieran, just
The first
hurry up
box
there.
there, guys, is the
Giddy up.
status quo. Those pitch ballots that popped up on screen, there was no number in the status quo. Yes. Yes.
Okay, we're now officially closing that ballot result, and the independent, fantastic observers are taking it away for counting and distribution. Okay, can I get all your attention, please? That was a complex set of voting, and we let the ballot the team work through that through lunchtime. I'm going to continue to proceed on. We have lunch. Sorry, folks, can I get everybody's attention? We just say where we're going next.
Oh, it's 1:15. It's almost
So
lunchtime.
we're going to continue the next 15 minutes or so. Use our time. We will be breaking at 1 for lunch. Going to move to ballot paper 1, and you'll see on ballot paper 1 there's potentially 4 recommendations for balloting on. Again, can I restate and encourage you at the tables with your facilitators, primarily focus on the big, bold statement that's made. Some of the other supporting text is context, can be changed different stages, but the big, bold statement is what we will be asking you to ballot on or otherwise. So can I give you maybe, they're shorter questions, not as complex. Can I just give you 10 minutes at the table, and then we'll just take stock before we go to lunch. So 10 minutes, and I'll call back in again. Thanks. Table 1.
Oh, so
Paul, sorry.
Oh.
Can I just ask, with the commentary that is known in public opinion that there's only 88 of us voting here, that it's commented on, and that everybody knows that it's not 100 of us?
Okay. I was wondering that, all right, why there was less than... I always thought it was 99, but yeah, I suppose they lost a couple along the way. Damn, if I knew that, I'd been like, I'd fill in there from. I promise not to be biased. No, it's... As Garrett McGovern said it, if he was actually invited in to be a part of the assembly, that he probably, as one of the experts, the guys in the advisory committee, that he would find it hard to not be biased in his thing, because he's kind of strongly believes for certain thing, whereas obviously you've the likes of Mary Cannon, and she has no problem being biased on what she wants. So they've cast their ballots there now, so I believe the ballots have been just closed, and they're bringing them in to count them. So before they break for lunch, they're going to give us the results, I believe, on that vote. Woohoo! Exciting times. It is indeed, Mackie. I see Mackie says exciting afternoon for you guys in Ireland. Good luck to you all. It is. It's very exciting. it's interesting to see with this as well, you know, how much interest there is in the Citizens' Assembly. Like, I don't think that you would get as many people watching the Dial TV or anything like that, you know. People actually going out of their ways to sit down and watch this this process as it goes on. It's incredible. Yeah, fucking history be made, says the roving reporter. Podge says he heard the people were removed because of asking the wrong questions. Now that's interesting, man. Where are you hearing that, Podge? Because like, obviously I've not been as active over the last while. I've been kind of a little bit just obviously focusing on other things for a little bit. But yeah, where's that being said? Because I've heard nothing like that at all myself. But I think it's a normal thing that happens. I was looking at previous citizens' assemblies, and they never finish with what they started with. They always kind of lose a couple along the way for various reasons. So just, I suppose, take that into consideration as well. But I'd be interested to know what the wrong questions were and who they asked. You know. Yeah, why did they remove themselves? I see Rashers saying here, like if they remove themselves, I can imagine like various understandable reasons that they might have removed themselves. But if they were removed by somebody, for what reason? And will that be stated afterwards then, like, you know, that a number of participants were excluded by person X for reason Y and Z, you know? I would love to see something like that afterwards if that was the case. If they remove themselves, then that's probably a different story. Personal reasons, obviously, they wouldn't be able to disclose, maybe. But yeah, who's missing that? Ashton says was always 99, was never 100. Yeah, it was always 99, and the 100th member then was Paul Reid. Effectively, he was the guy who was going to cast like a breaking vote, a tiebreaker vote, wasn't it? That the case? I believe that's how he kind of explained it in the beginning anyway, that he was kind of to be seen as member 100. Chilbert says no draws allowed. Mary trying to remove people to save the vote. Mary giving out. She looked at me wrong. Yeah. 89 today, yeah. 20 too many, John, isn't it? Hey. What do we get? Hey. Hit the right button for a change. Lee-man doing some dabs. Well, I ain't got dabs here at the moment, but I do got some orange sherbet packed up, so yeah, let's partake in that because we've had a few too many sups of that coffee and I need something to kind of take the edge off. Probably really shouldn't have had that second cup of coffee. You won't be able to sit still there now in a few minutes. I don't believe Paul gets to cast his vote at Ashland unless there's a tie. So even like with there being an even number, sure, 100 was an even number too. But it was only because spoil votes are a potential, and because there is the option of not voting as well, I believe. Using the nectar collector. Oh, nice. That's that little device that kind of heats up, and you just rub it along the what you have, the old wax paper. Nice. Oh. Yeah, I wonder how that person is spoiling their vote. See somebody else suggesting that there's been dick pics drawn. Surely they're going to be back there in a couple of seconds anyway to give us the results of this, because they're going to be taking a break at 1 o'clock. What I'll do is at 1 o'clock I'll leave the stream open. I'll have a chat with some people there over on Telegram. We might open up an old panel discussion there throughout the lunch break. We'll see if we can get a couple of people together to jump on for a little bit as the break goes through, just to keep the discussion going, so that it's just not silence on here. Not that it's like the hot box is fucking loud and active, but you know what I mean, guys. Oh, interesting. Podge said he heard it from his mum, who's taking great interest in the assembly. That's cool there, man, that your mum is taking interest in it. Alright, happy days. Mark's asking here how long is the break. I believe it's an hour-long break that they take there at 1 o'clock. I don't think they're on the break right now. I think that it's they're just in the process of counting. They're going to come back, give us some results, and then take a break, I believe. But we shall see. I hope that's the case, like, because it says the public session will resume shortly. Normally when they take the lunch break, it'll tell you, like, the stream will resume at 2 p.m. Yeah. Oh, we blame the Guinness for that as well, GB, will we? GB just jumped in the car and drove 1 hour the wrong direction. Oh, a legend. Good man, Jeep. Nice. And Podge saying here that his mother has got old contacts in the HSE, and that's kind of the grapevine that message came through. Interesting. Yeah. Lee-Man saying, man, I love how good one dab. Use of the nectar collector while it's hot, inhale vapor and maybe smoke will do you. Man, that does dabs in, you know, for the faint of hearted. There's nothing like a nice fat dab, because, like, obviously I consume daily. My tolerance is quite high. So for me, like, I don't frequently get dabs, infrequently. Like, the last dab I got there now was Mr. Wes hooked us up. Before that probably was when I met Rashers. But myself down here, I don't even have a dabbing rig. It's not really something that's on offer down around here. Obviously I could probably make my own handily enough, but yeah, it's nicer when it's a kind of an infrequent thing, because it can help when, you know, your tolerance
Can
is
we
high.
just go live stream? Thank you.
A dab
Okay,
will
we are live stream, everybody. If
sort
we
that
can just
shit
get your
out.
attention, and we're just checking for any immediate questions before lunchtime. Table 13, Alana, please.
Sorry, just in relation to
Sorry, folks, can I get
1.1, the next national drug strategy. Why can't it be this national drug strategy? Why does it have to be the next national drug strategy?
Because the current
Why do
one's
we have to
already
wait another
voted
2
on.
years?
We just answered it. Carl, do you want briefly?
It's a very good question. I mean, it's, I suppose, recognising that the current national drug strategy is at the end of its shelf life. So, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the next 2 years, because one of the other recommendations later on is calling for the next national drug strategy to be brought forward. So really it's around resetting the focus of the next national drug strategy. But you could certainly argue that it should also be prioritised right now. It's a good question.
And if the suggestion is drop next, we can do that.
Yeah, if you drop the word next and next iteration, it'll apply obviously to this strategy and to the next one.
Can you just test that in the room? Do you believe the recommendations will be stronger if we just drop the word next? Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
Next question, anybody? Sorry, table 1.
I'd just like to know, do we need 1 and 2? To me, they seem quite similar and would just dilute.
1 and 2 are very similar. Do we need both?
you could certainly merge them. They're slightly different. One is focused on the national strategy. The other is focused on government policy formulation, which is what happens in terms of as ministers across different departments propose policies, that they should cross-reference it with the sort of the health implications. So they are two different things.
Yeah, and it is encouraging any policy development to have a consideration of health issues. Some policy issues are required to do it for EU considerations, for example.
Yeah.
We're saying it should be health as well. But they are different, Aveline. They're distinct. Table 1 again. So Mike is there.
Just personally, I'd have a concern that some of the options on this ballot paper are quite vague and open to interpretation. And my concern would be that if we present these conclusions on the same basis that we presented the conclusion about legislative change, that it might be an option for the government to focus on these conclusions, which are open to interpretation, and to maybe relegate the proposed legislative changes to a different stratum. And I just wanted to ask the question, is there any way for the Assembly to emphasise that we want to see action on legislation, and that the other recommendations shouldn't dilute that?
And that's a really good input, because the shaping of the report will be important in terms of what way it's said, what way it's stressed, not just a list of recommendations. And there will be an opportunity, and we should be stressing the importance level of some recommendations in particular. That's where I'd say that.
Yeah, and just to re-emphasise, there already is a commitment given by the Oireachtas and by the government, and it's written into the terms of reference that each of them will respond comprehensively to all the recommendations. So they won't, if you like, they won't have the scope to relegate or disregard certain recommendations, at least at response stage. So there will be transparency coming from both the Oireachtas and from the government about all of the recommendations made by the Assembly.
But again, point well made. Okay, I'm going to go Maura first, and then John just before lunch. Table 7 and table...
Sorry, this is just a quick one from table 7.
The mic got hijacked on the way.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
On every recommendation, the word should be replaced with the word must, to underline the importance of the recommendations.
Okay. And that's a judgment call.
Yeah, just on that last point, I was just, I don't know whether this fits in or not, but anyway, sure. CNN did a program on San Francisco there a few months ago, but talking about putting the cart before the horse, or that the government might pick one bit and not the other, where it outlined that without the appropriate social scaffolding to support communities and families to prevent problematic drug use in the first place, that in their experience now in California, it seems to have aggravated their drug problem. So they kind of put the cart before the horse. And that is common now when they give a list of things to see, all sorts of things on the streets and certain areas. And one lovely area that was a lovely area in it called the main square, I think, I forget the name of it now, that it's barred up shops and places where there used to be lovely hotels and restaurants.
Union
so
Square,
just to be careful, to jump, that I think to put the scaffolding in first.
Okay.
So
I
thank you.
think it's a comment rather than a question. John, on the table, and then...
1.3 talks about the nearly 5,000 people.
John, just keep it up to your mouth closer.
Sorry, nearly the 5,000 people in prison. Are there going to be resources given in terms of social workers within the prison to get people on their programs?
Yeah, well, that's covered in one of the next ballot papers on funding, and there's a recommendation about increasing resources for exactly, those type of services within the prison system.
I'm going to take one last question from table 4 and then let you get some lunch. And 12 is getting annoyed with me because I said one last question. Okay.
Sorry, we had the same feedback on 1.1, just that could the recommendations all address the current national drugs strategy? Sorry,
we did agree. The room agreed. The room agreed. We'll do that.
Okay. And then the other thing was in terms of could the recommendation say something about implementation and accountability as well, please, within the recommendations?
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. That'll come up in one of the next ballot papers. There is a focus on implementation and governance.
Table 12.
For all recommendations?
Yes.
And then just 1.3, could we add within international best practice timeframes, please?
Table 12.
Yeah, so just from the table, there's just 2 queries. 1.3, the state should formalise, adopt and resource alternative health-focused options for people with a drug problem as opposed to with a drug addiction. It just, we think it further stigmatises, so just maybe remove the word addiction. And then...
Can you just clarify that one more time so we make sure we catch it, please? Adele?
Sorry, so it was for people with a drug... For problematic drug users or for people with a drug problem, just the language seems slightly stigmatising. That was an opinion from the table. I don't know if it wants to be brought forward.
And this is in relation to
1.3.
1.3.
If I could just say, like, the word addiction, drug addiction, kind of appears significantly across this ballot paper, right? Yeah. And I suppose we're distinguishing between referencing, the clinical fact of drug addiction versus describing somebody as an addict. So my understanding from the discussions around stigmatization and stigmatizing languages, describing somebody as a drug addict, is stigmatizing, whereas describing drug addiction is a different proposition. But I don't know if I've picked that up correctly.
I think it was the preferred language. Yeah.
Okay. That's
Look,
fine.
I'm gonna, sorry, go ahead, Adele.
There was just another one from the table. Sorry. This ballot paper 1 piece, is that going to go forward, the heading? So recovery and supporting people with problematic drug use within the criminal justice system?
Do you mean into the report?
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. This is only to just try and summarise what's an amalgam of 2 different topics, recovery and then supporting people with problematic drug use in the criminal justice system.
It refers throughout the paper as within the criminal justice system, but the drug strategy prioritising a systemic approach is broader, isn't it?
Yes, so questions 1.1 and 1.2 are broader than people within the criminal justice system. So the criminal justice system questions are just 1.3 and 1.4.
So does the criminal justice bit need to be just taken out of the header?
I wouldn't concern on the header, genuinely. There'll be different headings as we get to our report and categories, primarily to help ourselves today.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
No.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to now let you break because, in fairness to the hotel, we're back at 2, isn't it?
Yes, 2
back
o'clock.
at 2. If I can ask you back 2 sharp, and we'll kick straight back in to try close out on this one. Thank you. So, is there any changes we can take on board from what they said? Just get Jesse and Malcolm, please. Marcus, Jesse and Marcus.
Yeah, so unfortunately we didn't get a results there to any votes. And the public session will resume shortly. And they're not back till 2 now on this one. I believe they're gone on their lunch break this time around. So maybe we might do the same. I'll leave the stream active there for a bit. I'm going to quickly run inside and sort out a bit of lunch for myself and see if we can get a couple of people together there to jump on for an old chat. But before we do, we'll finish off with a little bit of coffee and have another bowl with you. I see Mackie says, see you in about an hour, then I'm going to walk the dogs. Yeah, that's not a bad shout either. I'm going to go in there now and see if any of the kids are left inside because I think my dad might have came down and picked them up. If they're there, I might hang out with them for just a little bit too while having a bit of lunch. But yeah, you're more than welcome, Mackie, for that. Like, yeah, I'm more than happy to be on here, guys. Nice one to everybody for joining. Some massive audience there at the moment. Almost 90 people there. I think we actually breached 90 a while ago. Which was great for the stream. Happy days because just really shows the interest that there is in the Citizens Assembly at the moment because I've never had that many people on a stream here before. And I know you're all not here for me, you're just here for the chat, the community, but more importantly, what's going on here, what's unfolding, history being made at the Citizens Assembly. So far, the 2 votes, the results have been in our favour, those in favour of policy reform. As the first one, they voted outstandingly against the status quo, which is amazing. And the second one, then I was the second one again. The look at the hybrid models for different drugs. And then they've already decided hallucinogens, cannabis, cocaine, and all other drugs. So that's what we're waiting on the results for now. How we're going to look at the models for those different categories of drugs. So it's going to be very interesting to see the results after the lunch. So they're going to be back here at 2 o'clock. So make sure you set your alarms, guys. 2 bells, be back here. I'll be back here at 2 bells. I'm not going anywhere just yet, though. I'll continue just to get through the hot box messages there for another couple of minutes and have another ball with you. Ammo's asking, is the Telegram private? The group link is actually, it's an open link. Anybody can join. But we have some admin over there, some moderators that are monitoring, make sure people are being good, complying, not spamming. But yeah, it's kind of a public group. Anybody can join. So just be cautious if you are joining. If you don't want your identity to be revealed, don't join with a Telegram where you have your actual photo and name up there as your Telegram name and user kind of thing. Join under a pseudonym of any kind of sort. Don't use your picture if you don't want to, because it is a public group, guys. Just keep that in mind. The link is in the description of the show. The community is over 100 strong over there at the moment on the Telegram group. And even if you just want to join the group and watch the conversation kind of happening, and that's grand too. Pop in and say hi to them when you feel comfortable. I've already got to meet some of the Hotbox members, and it's a great community over there. In fairness, we have people even from across the pond over in the US of A. We did have a Canadian member, but I think he just got a bit fed up of us. Because it's different here for us, I suppose. Like, we see some good weed and we're in awe of it, like, and you're over there in Canada and you're seeing good weed every day, and you can kind of afford to be a bit more kind of that stuff is shit. Whereas we're just like, look at that, man, that's fucking amazing. But TG, if you're out there, man, shout out to Temple Grower. Come back, bro, we love ya. We miss ya. But yeah, the name is Joe, so will someone tell that lady we live in Ireland, not San Francisco? That's it, like I thought she was going to mention like Skid Row or something like that. Isn't that over there? And it's just kind of fucking, but it's not because of drugs. Like, drugs manifest in these places because these people within them have been failed by society largely. A lot of them suffering with like mental health problems. Their needs are not being met. They're not being cared for adequately, and they're not able to even care for themselves. So they end up living on the street, living in cardboard boxes and shit like that. And then drug abuse is just a symptom of that, of those unmet needs. But sure, it's just easy then for policymakers and for these kind of closed-minded individuals to say, yeah, it's because of the drugs. If they just got clean, they wouldn't be homeless. It's like, sorry, but you're wrong, like. It's just not that, like this is kind of the thing, the chicken or the egg. Like in this situation, like, the mental health problems came before the drug abuse problems. That's kind of what happened here, like. These people became abusers of drugs because they had mental health issues. They became homeless quite often, or not because they've got issues there around their mental health. Yeah, it's sad, but then policymakers scapegoat drugs are the problem. It's not us. It's not the policymakers. It's not us who are underfunding the health services. It's not us who are fucking running mental health services into the ground. It's not us who are fucking, making job opportunities more difficult for people because we're slapping them with criminal convictions for their cannabis use. It's the drugs. Benny Ben says, have a good one, y'all. Says, we miss TG, been a while. Yeah, guys, if you haven't already subscribed to Temple Grower's YouTube channel, this is your moment to get over there and do so. Should have said it 10 minutes ago when there was 30 more of you there in the audience. But yeah, get on over there and give Temple Grower and subscribe on his YouTube channel as well. He's got some great videos over there. I really like his micro grow videos. They're really cool. Grows tiny little plants in little red cups, but he gets nice fat colas on them. It's class. You might get like a quarter to a half ounce off of a single like plant in a red cup, but it's killer bud. Like the roving reporter says, What's the odd Mary gets so stressed about the druggies using drugs that she drinks until she forgets about it? That's it. I would be curious to know, like, if Mary, Bobby, or any of the other members of the Cannabis Risk Alliance partake in alcohol use, or caffeine use, or, you know, are the abusers of cheeseburgers? Do you know, are they such perfect individuals that they can cast stones? You know what I mean? You know that little saying by that once, or what would you call him? The historical figure, Jesus. Let him without sin cast the first stone. Like, how can anybody really look down upon a person, like, because of their use of a drug? Like, stop. Get off your high horse. Ridiculous. Sorry guys, I'm waffling. I need to pack up a bowl, blaze one. Been kind of using my phone here as well to keep up with the hotbox, just watching the stream, because this fucking Streamlabs OBS, I gotta hit him up with a technical complaint. The multi-chat stream function is not very reliable, unfortunately. Who's over there in the Telegram? Have we got any other messages there from people? Oh, geez, the hotbox there, like, is she's flying. We got 105 members. It looked like we picked up 1 or 2 extra members there, or even 3 this morning. So shout out to everybody on the hotbox. So this is a little image there of what goes down in the hotbox. Little thing at the top there, Martin's World hotbox. Go on. Focus. Nah, she won't focus. Never mind. Oh, gee. Yeah, so sometimes that can get a bit intense over there. As I said, 110 messages there now to catch up with. One person is at me. Shoots, what's happening, Shoots? Martin, get this, works for YouTube too. It'll help keep up with chat as it happens. Legend. I'm going to have a look into that there now. You're my hero, Shoots. Move to a new window. Minimize that window. Should be good there on screen. Yeah, sweet. I'm just going to open up the Telegram here on the browser, so I can find that link you just shared easier. So I see 2 new people after joining. Steve and Dave. What's happening, Steve and Dave? I just have to get in here to links. Boom, GitHub. Legend for this. I'm going to quickly whip this in, see what the story is. Yeah, nice one. Legend. Do you know what I can do? I just remembered I can connect my phone Bluetooth to my Rodecaster. Shall we open up the phone lines and take some calls? I still have the old SIM card in this, but I haven't put credit into it in a while. I wonder is it still active? Quickly check this out. Find a bloody code for it now. Should be nearby. There we go. Let's see if this still works. So it looks like the old next some two oh, done. So it looks like the SIM card on this one is after being deactivated, I'd say. Because it's been so long since I last used this. Bollocks. I knew there was something I should have been doing, throwing a bit of credit into that, just keeping the number active. It was a handy number, 0858167 We'll go back in the hunt and get another one. Second, no, we see if we can lift up this Bluetooth. Bluetooth's on. She should be paired with this. Boom. Looks like we're connected here now via the phone. Telegram group. So guys in the Telegram group, we test something out for the crack. Just for the crack, your video is not going to be displayed here, okay? So don't worry, if your video does come on, it's only going to be on my screen here on the phone, which won't be pointed at the camera. So I'm not too sure if this is actually going to be coming through in the Telegram right now, my audio. I'm not getting any features here. Ashlyn is joining in though. We got G joining in. What's happening, G? What's happening, Ash? Guys, could you turn off your radio in the background, please? I feel like a professional now and getting feedback. Ah.
Turn off your radio in the background.
Excellent. I think that's sorted there now, yeah.
Now I can't hear it.
Yeah.
Where do I put my...
So can you hear me at all through the phone now, Ashlyn? Probably not. Darn. I just wanted to test that out to see if it was functioning properly, but my mic doesn't seem to be working on the Telegram because it's connected to this. Don't know why though. I can hear you, Ashlyn, though. Ashlyn's gone though. Alright, Andy's after jumping in there now as well. So it seems like my mic isn't going through to the Telegram, so the guys on Telegram aren't hearing me through Telegram at all, are you? That's alright.
No. I have you slightly turned up on my laptop. No, still speaker.
Yeah, we seem to be
Yeah,
getting
no, I
feedback.
can't hear you.
Hello.
Oh, I can hear you now.
This is it.
I can hear somebody.
Yeah, that's Andy.
Unmute.
Who can I hear?
Yeah, sorry about messing around with this there now, guys, because I just wanted to see how that would work. But obviously, there's a bit of an issue. My audio isn't actually going through Telegram at the moment. I don't know why that is.
One Marty.
Yep, about that. That's happening, Ted.
I can hear Ted.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
How are you getting on?
Ah,
What do we got going on here? Sitting here with about 500 grams in a bag, and I still haven't even trimmed the second plant yet.
Ah, nice.
Oh shit, that was my fault there now. I'm after hitting the button and I disconnected the guys. So I know I get you back all on. Boom, you're all connected again there now.
Fucking donkey dicky. Fuck me. Jesus, Ted. Lads, I swear to good God, what the fuck is going on with this lad? That's like a beer can.
Alright, Bobby.
Man,
Bobby's in the house.
that's like a donkey dick. I'm just going to say it out straight. The size of these nuts, man. Are they your Skittles? Yeah, go ahead, Skittles, bro. Good boy. It's only 2 of my plants. I have another 2 growing, so see how this turns out.
So you still.
What about that lots of free time? We'll see if we join the party.
That's a bummer.
Oh, Davey.
Something I have to do on this side.
So no YouTube and this at the same time, it looks like, huh? I don't know. Just,
What if I try something else? I have an idea. Let's see how this goes.
Oh, you're getting John going with donkey dicks. That's what happens, John. And what happens. Sorry, Martin. Morning, Mr. Finnegan. Or afternoon for you guys, huh? Why is Mr. Finnegan not talking in this, I wonder? Right. Sounds like it's me and you, Ted. YouTube likes my very discreet way of talking. Alright, it's like 8 in the morning, but we're going to join the party here. I don't know what I got.
I literally rolled over and saw Martin went live, and I was like, nice.
Man, I had to do, I literally, I was just doing shopping and all this morning, so I was like, I'll just stick in with the lads and see if they can fill me in on what's going on, and hopefully some good news.
The first time I haven't had to look at my phone worrying about work when I wake up. It's a beautiful thing.
Stop, man. I've been in work all week, and I'm absolutely shattered.
I thought I was getting the walk-off yesterday, but I think she's going to let me live out the 2 weeks.
That's all right, isn't it?
She came in yesterday. I thought I was getting the walkout for sure. Usually managers, they'll kick us out of there when we quit because we can beat them up a little bit.
Computer's been a bit of a bitch.
In the computer stuff and all that. Maybe come to Ireland, hang out for a few weeks, fellas.
Yeah, do, man. I'll have some, I'll make some sweets. We can go see the Ring of Kerry, go explore life. You know yourself, usual Ireland thing we do.
Yeah, that place is friggin' special, that's for sure. I know you guys may think otherwise, but I get it.
Loving this conversation happening here. Wish I could be a part of it. Computer's just
We didn't
freezing
get
up on
Finnegan
me.
in here,
Yeah, I don't know. Finnegan's hiding away somewhere.
huh? He's hiding in his beard.
Oh shit. Looks like the computer's really on a fucking blink here now.
Oh, well, let me take no videos during calls. That's weird.
Just 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds.
There you go. Refilled the jar last night. Same stick factor.
Marty, you're on live. How are you?
Yeah, but you still can't see me for some reason. So sorry. Or you still can't hear me. So I'm talking to myself right now. There we go. In that shit.
Oh my god, there's another rosin. Oh, there's another rosin. Oh, she's gorgeous. Another bubble.
Shit. Looks like Window Explorer has been a bit of a bitch in the background there now. Alright, for fear of the actual stream in a minute being down, I might have to restart the stream.
That's the biggest one I could find, Ted.
We're up and running. We're up and running. Might be good. Might be good. Let's try this shit again. Boom. Shib.
We still on with you, boys? Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to reset this and I'll be back with you very shortly because the computer has just been a bit of a sausage. Yeah, lunchtime's over in 25 more minutes, so I'm going to get this back up and running. I'm just going to let the old turn it off and turn it back on, I'd say. Because for some reason, it just doesn't want to display Google Chrome there now, what I was using to watch the YouTube on in the background. So whatever I did there a few minutes ago, I kind of gave the computer a bit of a brain fart. Yeah, we'll sort this out. So see you all back here in a few minutes. Love ye!